You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on The Key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on The Key. We go live 3 to 5. And we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on The Key. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there, These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Nash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought If only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Though somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3.
Welcome in, Braves Country. I'm going to do a real quick pre-game show and then step away for a second and do the national anthem, etc. Hope y'all are having a great day. I come running in here, sliding into home plate, trying to get back from my day gig. So bear with me as I try to get everything in order. Obviously, the lineups are out. You see the Atlanta Braves lineup on your screen, and we are going to put up the rest of it here in a second. But I did want to go over the lineups really quick, as Braves are going to try to avoid a sweep. Good Lord Almighty, what has happened to this team, right? Lost another tough one last night, and the Braves don't mute the Church of Baseball clip. We lose. I don't know what that. If it's a clip, I think I know what you're talking about. It's coming here in a minute. So there you go. Anyways, Braves are coming in here. We don't have the normal opening because, like I said, I have 3 jobs and this is one of them, and I come running in here. Anyways, back to the rest of the story, as they would say. Acuna's leading off, Ozzie, Riley, Olsen, the whole 9 yards. It's the way it always is. Only difference is Travis d'Arnaud behind the plate like he normally is on a day game. Or a day game following a night game. They don't normally use the same catcher back-to-back, so Murphy getting the day off. Ozuna, the designated hitter. Rosario, the left fielder. Orlando Arcia is your shortstop in 8th, and Harris, number 9 hitter. Arizona Diamondbacks lineup looks a lot like in game 1, where Perdomo is leading off. You've got Marte, Carroll, Walker, and Canzone is back at the designated hitter role. Rivera is the third baseman, so he's back. Longoria is on the bench. McCarthy is in right field. He's just moved down to the number 7 slot. Kelly is back behind the plate, and Thomas. The key to today's game, I mean, let's be honest, it's going to be the pitching. It's Zach Gallen. It's Spencer Strider. It's, for my money right now, it is the top 2 leaders for the Cy Young race here in 2023. You look at Gallen's numbers, he is 11-4 with a 3.14 ERA, 123 innings pitched, 130 strikeouts, 10 home runs given up and 26 walks. Strider, 11-3, a little higher ERA at 3.66. His whip is right there at 1.10. Has a few less innings at 110, but has a lot more strikeouts. We know how Spencer can strike him out. He's at 176 and only 88 hits allowed. So essentially what you're looking at are 2 teams that are looking at this third game, and it's going to be, I think it's going to be a very low scoring game. Looking at the over-under for today's game, whenever you look at the line in Vegas and you're looking at the the lower end of regular season games, usually 7 is the lowest you'll see. Braves Diamondbacks, to me, it's a little surprising. It's 9 today. If I was going to play it one way or the other, I would take the under. I'm staying away from it because I feel like the Braves offense is due to come through on a day game. I mean, come on. Can we get off that schneid? Can we get off the schneid of the day game? Because this offense, we've talked about this in shows past, but this offense has sputtered and struggled for the last several years whenever there's a game in the daytime during the week. It's not quite as pronounced when it is a day game on like a Sunday. And usually that's because the Saturday night game starts a little earlier. Typically what we had been until recently, the Saturday games have been at 4:00, the Sun games at 1:30 the next day. It's not as quick of a back-to-back. Now this past Sunday, we finished up a 7:15 first pitch with a 1:30 first pitch. We have something very similar this week as we are the 17 first pitch again. But I don't care what you have to do. Change your damn socks. Put a different shoe on differently. Do something. Get some offense going. Zach Gallen's not going to be an easy one to get a hold of. But if we can write his pitch count up, and that's going to be the problem. Last night, Nelson, they were early pitch swinging, and it really caused some problems. They let him get deep into the game. Now, the one advantage that we do have in this game, and I think it's why the Braves are heavy favorites in this game, the closer for Arizona has been used in back-to-back days. I seriously doubt, no matter what the situation is, that he's available today. Meanwhile, Iglesias did not pitch yesterday, so he would be available. I know he got the loss the other night, but that wasn't 100% his fault. If you watched that game, if you were listening to that game, the defense let him down in a big way. So with all that being said, I think the Braves do get the win today. My pick to click, I'm going to go with Travis d'Arnaud. Travis d'Arnaud gets the big contract extension. He's got to be feeling himself a little bit, smelling himself a little bit, right? And I think he's going to want to come out and produce in a big way. And I hope that is the case because we need some offensive spark. So my pick to click today is going to be Travis d'Arnaud. I'm going to take the Braves on a low-scoring affair. Like I said, if I was going to take this game, I would say give me the under. So I'm going to stick with that theme. By the way, Max Fried's rehabilitation assignment has been transferred from Rome to Gwinnett, where he'll start next week against Norfolk. And what that's lining up is one more start down on the farm, and most likely he was supposed to be pitching today. But what it looks like is that he is going to pitch sometime. I'm sorry. He is starting tonight, but he's starting tonight in Gwinnett. I misread that. Like I said, I'm just running in here last second trying to set this up. Normally I've have a little time to get my feet underneath me. So he's pitching tonight. So that goes back to what I was originally going to say before I misread that. The rumor is they think that he's got one more start tonight. He'll go 5 innings no matter what. They'll pull him, and he should be ready to go early part of next week. I hope he does, because that would mean he would go up against the Red Sox, and that's the one game I'm getting to this year. I'm going to Boston. So I hope that that's the case. That would be really cool to see Max Fried pitch. We're going to be there for the Tuesday and Wednesday game. We will put the feed up, the chat up. I got someone who's going to run that for me, and I'm going to try to chime in from time to time during the game. But it's my one pilgrimage. After that, every game we'll do. Obviously, the Sunday chat doesn't realistically change. But as we get closer to the end of the season, if the games are important, we'll also bring you the Sunday game play-by-play. But after we get back from the Boston trip, every game play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, right here on Braves Country. So like and subscribe, because it should be a wild ride heading towards October. Give me the Braves to win today. Something like I think the offense wakes up a little bit, but I don't expect anything abnormal. Give me the Braves 5-2 winners. And hopefully we'll be able to make that come true and avoid the sweep. We start the next series tomorrow night. We'll have pitch by pitch of that, and we're going to Milwaukee. They're playing a little better baseball. Thankfully, Corbin Burns is pitching tonight or this afternoon, so we're going to dodge him. So that's good news there. And it's Milwaukee, at Boston, and home against Milwaukee over the next calendar week or so. So there you have that. All right, going to step aside for just a second and get you the anthem and everything. I guess Jacob is going to says every game I don't mute the Church of Baseball clip we lose. I started the game after the Reds loss. I accidentally hit the mute button on my phone okay, so now I understand. Sorry, Jacob. I wasn't 100% sure what you were talking about, so I get it. Hey man, whatever works, do it. I'm very superstitious myself when it comes to the Braves. I make sure that I'm wearing blue today and not any kind of anywhere close to Arizona Diamondback colors. You'll see me do that a lot. It's more when we play the divisional games, right? If we're playing the Mets, I wear red. If we play the Phillies, I wear blue. But today I was like, I went to work today in black, and they're like, why are you wearing black? I said, because I'm in mourning, man. We're on a losing streak. So hopefully that turns it around. But for the game, and we'll have the post game, obviously, also our live show 3 to 5. You'll see me. I'll be wearing blue, trying to stay away from anything snake colored, right? All right. We'll be back in a flash. Get ready, y'all. Let's get locked and loaded. Braves Country Baseball on the way. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have, and the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Braves. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first, and here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red there, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball on FM. Welcome in Braves country, and hope everyone tells Jacob it's okay to unmute now. I didn't understand you at first, but I was about to say that Church of Baseball thing is not supposed to mean anything sacrilegious. I want to make sure everyone knows that. But then I finally caught what you were talking about. Atlanta Braves will come on with their home whites, the traditional home whites, with the what in the world? Oh, I must have it on the. I had the wrong game. Like I said, I'm literally running in here. They'll be wearing the home whites and with the red Braves across the chest and the tomahawk red numerals, blue names. The first pitch on the way. It's baseball time in Braves country, and the first pitch is on the way, and it is down and away for a ball. Hits the dirt. Spencer Strider appears to have an issue with his landing. He's kicking the dirt out of his cleats. We'll see if everything's okay there. Hopefully. Kind of slid. Oh, I see what happened. Oh, he slid. The 1-0 pitch off the plate wide, 2-0, 96 to Perdomo. So it's Braves are in their home whites, Arizona in their road grays. The 2-0 pitch from Strider, fastball, top of the zone, clip the outer edge, up top, it's 2-1. Good pitch by Perdomo. Good pitch to Perdomo, excuse me. I'll get it together here eventually. The 2-1 from Strider, righty-lefty matchup. The wind up, the pitch. Swing, and pops it back foul, 96 right down the pipe. Bends out of play behind home plate. We'll do it again. It's 2-2. Braves nothing, Arizona nothing. Top of the first inning. Game 3, Braves trying to avoid 3-game sweep at home to a team we just took 2 of 3 out in Zona. The 2-2 pitch, down and away, changeup misses, ball 3. So you got a full count to start the game off. This will be the 6th pitch by Spencer Strider. The winds up, lets it fly, swung on, banged over to first. Olson's got it, scoops, steps on the pillow for out number 1. So 1 down, and Ketel Marte comes to the plate. Marte. Braves losing the two games of this series. I don't think that's the biggest concern. Obviously, we're at in the standings, and you also have to look at the fact as the first pitch on the way from Strider to Marte is a swing and a miss strike, slider at the ankles. That's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Down and in. Evens up the count at 1-1. The biggest concern to me is the 1-1 pitch from Strider swung on and lifted high, foul out of play. It's 1-2. They just seem to be a little lethargic, kind of going through the motions. And it's the dog days of summer. It's literally the dog days of summer. I don't know where you're at, but where I'm at, 99 today, 100 tomorrow. So it's easy to kind of get in a funk, especially coming straight out of the All-Star game where 8 guys went, the 1-2 pitch. Right there, called strike 3. He got caught watching the paint dry, and it's out number 2. Slider went in there and just kissed the black on the inner part. Buckled up Marte. He doesn't like it, but it looks like it touched the zone, and there's 2 away. But that's the funny thing about baseball is, as well as we've been playing, is the first pitch to Carroll. Corbin Carroll takes a swing and a miss at a slider just over the edge. It's 0-1. As well as we've been playing, baseball's a funny game because you play every day. Losing streaks can mount up in a hurry, and you just want to stay off that schneid. The 0-1 pitch. Kicks and fires and just misses outside and down. It's 1-1. Good to see everybody in the chat. Jacob, Ryan, Jameson. Saw SS in the chat a little while ago. Braves nothing, Arizona nothing. The ball gets away from Strider, so he needs a second to recoup. The 1-1 pitch. Misses outside, ball 2. 2-1. So a 2-1 count on an early first pitch. Hopefully everybody's able to sneak away in their cubicles and put an earbud in their ear and act like they're doing real work. The 2-1 pitch from Strider. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Chase the 98 up top, and it's 2-2. Atlanta Braves come into today 9.5 in front of Philly. They're in action today. The 2-2 pitch on the way. 98 inside, just misses. So second batter this inning that he's ran the count full. And along with that strikeout, he's got a high pitch count at 15 already. Need to end this inning now. The 3-2 pitch. Kicks and deals, swing, and the ball's fouled back. 97 over the plate. Would have been a strike, so good swing by Carroll. We'll do it again, full count. Braves nothing, Zona nothing. Top of the first inning. Full count from Strider to Corbin Carroll. The wind up the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. We got him, baby. 1, 2, 3, 2 strikeouts to start the game. Let's go, Braves country. We'll be back in a flash.
Does this shade of red make me look like a clown?
No. It makes you look like a prostitute who caters exclusively to clowns.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Reggie Gillespie dives into the end zone. The winning points for North Carolina State. And the teams come together in the end zone, pushing, shoving between the pack and the heels as Gillespie has scored the winning points. His 5th rushing TD, but these teams need to be separated. The emotion boils over on the last play of the game as Gillespie goes to the end zone. And it's a sea of Carolina blue and State red.
And Carruthers gets into it, and they've doused him, and now we've got a big brawl out on the field. Marring would have been the 200th victory for Bobby Bowden. Look at this. That's an ugly mess down there. This is ugly. Starting to get it cleared up down there. Oh, there's still some bodies flying around.
ACC football, backyard brawls all year long. Been chomping at the bit ever since I've sold this at like 5 o'clock in the morning. Like, what am I looking at? This dude's wearing a sports bra? No one else wants to talk about that? Like the announcers didn't bring it up or nothing. They say, that's a really goal. And they start breaking down the goals. They screw the goal, break down the fact the dude's wearing a sports bra and then showing it off.
Armchair.
Look, we'll happily pay 75 cents to $1.50 to go to the theater. and numbers prefer baseball to theatricals. We must make the games worth witnessing, and there will be no fault found with the price. A good game is worth 50 cents. A poor one is dear at 25. Harry Wright.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves go to work. Ronald Acuna Jr. digs in. Zach Gallen fires the first pitch off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Zach Gallen was the starting pitcher in for the National League in this year's All-Star game. Righty-righty matchup. The wind up the pitch. Swing, and the ball's golfed down the right field line. Out of play, well out of play. It's 1-1. Braves nothing, Diamondbacks nothing. Acuna steps in with a .333 average, 23 home runs, 58 RBI, leading candidate for the MVP in the National League. The 1-1 pitch swung on and lifted high, but not quite deep enough. It'll be playable into right field. Underneath it is McCarty for out number 1. Gave it a little bit of a ride, but didn't quite get enough of it. Howdy, Mark. Howdy, Tim. Welcome in. So Ozzie Albies will come to the plate. He's been scuffling a little bit, been popping up quite a bit from the left side. First pitch on the way to Ozzie, swung on, and good Lord, say it, and it becomes true. Another pop-up. That one went a little deeper. Ball seems to be carrying a little better tonight, or this afternoon, excuse me. But still pretty easy out for the center fielder making the play. Thomas puts it away. There's 2 down. The 2 down, nobody on. Austin Riley comes to the plate. Only 4 pitches for Zach Gallen. The first pitch to Riley. He takes it all the way in there for a strike. It's 0-1. When Acuna and Ozzie are early swinging like they've been doing quite a bit here recently, really puts the number 3 guy behind the 8 ball. The 0-1 pitch. Swing. Grounds it over towards third, and it's going to be an easy 6-pitch inning, 5-3 put out for out number 3. We'll be back in a flash. Braves back on defense when we come back.
Sit sharp. I'm not playing your stupid game.
You can't go cheap on the TP. So I'm going to throw the honorable mention of diapers. You can go to a lesser name brand and there's a median there. Store brand diapers, garbage. You will have more blowouts and cleanups than you will know what to do with.
Are you willing?
It is not worth saving the dollar.
Are you willing to go to cloth diapers to save money?
No.
Does anybody still do that? What a terrible idea.
Yes.
Do they?
There are people. Yes.
That's such
and
a
they need
terrible
hug me
idea.
jackets. They have lost their mind. There's no way I would process that thing through my washing
Why would I want?
and then ever wear anything out of it again.
I mean, if someone drizzles on my shoes in the men's room, I'm throwing them out. I don't want a full-blown episode and go, well, we can reuse those. Don't throw them out. Who came up with that idea?
Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans. I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country Baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country Baseball right here on the key.
For the first time, to the shock of the baseball community, he paid each player a salary. The highest paid was Harry's brother George, the shortstop, who received a considerable sum of $1,400 a season, 7 times the average working man's wage.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves, Arizona Diamondbacks scoreless through the first inning. Welcome in Geraldine. And yeah, Jacob, I picked to click on Travis, and I'm sticking by that. I expect him to have he's not going to hit 4 home runs, but I expect him to have a good game. First pitch on the way from Strider to Walker is right there for a strike, swing and a miss. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, rocks and fires, fouls it away quickly. 0-2. Fastball 97 on the outer edge. Braves. So they come in 9.5 in front of Philly, 10 in front of Miami, 16.5 in front of the Mets, who are on a heater. I think they've won 3 or 4 in a row. Washington 24 out. And then the big picture stuff, we'll do that here in 1 second. The 0-2 pitch from Strider. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Number 3. And Strider got it going here. Struck out 3 of his first 4 batters. So 1 down, and that'll bring up the left-handed bat of Canzone. First pitch on the way is right there for a strike, 97 on the black. It's 0-1. Righty-lefty matchup. The 0-1 pitch on the way. Swing and fouled it away. 0-2. So 2 fastballs to start off the at-bat up top. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Almost went for that one. That one was way out of the zone. But he held up, and it's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Strider lets it fly. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So 4 strikeouts in the first 5 batters he's faced. And the closest emoji I've been able to find with the mustache on YouTube is that one. So if folks can find a better one, drop it in. But that's how I keep up with the Strider strikeouts. He doesn't wear glasses. If he would, it would really help out this emoji. So 4 strikeouts in the first 5 batters, and the first pitch on the way to Rivera is a check swing miss and a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and lifted down the right field line. It's going to get down for a base hit. And it's a 2-out single for Rivera. Remember, Rivera hit a home run that in game 1. He was getting the night off last night. As Evan Longoria, the veteran, got the start, but he's back in the lineup. Now, someone needs to give Arizona the message that in day games with the Braves, the offense is really quiet, so tell them just to calm down here. They don't need to be getting base hits early on. First pitch on the way from Strider to McCarthy is a swing and a miss at the top of the zone. It's 0-1. Braves famously just do not score a lot of runs. We're hoping that changes here, but the day games have been brutal the last several years, especially in the middle of the week like this. The 0-1 pitch. Swing! Pops it up. Drifting back over towards the third base dugout. It'll bend out of play. It's 0-2. Braves nothing, Zona nothing. 2 down. Runner on first. He's got 2 strikes on McCarthy, looking for his 5th strikeout of the game. The 0-2 pitch from Spencer. Got him! He got caught watching the paint dry. Strike 3 on the outer edge and just buckled him. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
To prevent from taking down any future videos, we have decided to no longer shoot any video in which we say or do anything offensive. Here is our latest video.
How was school?
I had an English test and got an A.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it is.
Good job, son.
Thanks, Dad. Oh, have you seen my dress shoes?
Where you going now?
I'm going to church.
Praise Jesus.
Praise him every day.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Your favorite shot?
Favorite shot? I don't know. I had it last night. Lots of them. I think it's called the Picklehead, where it's a shot of Jameson with a little bit of pickle juice chaser, and it's the most wonderful and terrible thing I've ever had in my drinking life. Because once you take the shot, and then you take the pickle juice, there's no burn. There's absolutely no burn, right? And then you're like, well, shoot, yeah, it's just Kool-Aid at that point. It could lead to very bad things. Trust me.
Armchair.
It is ridiculous to pay ball players $2,000 a year, especially when the $800 boys often do just as well.
William A. Hulbert, a ruthless coal magnate who owned the Chicago White Stockings, became the National League's president. He immediately took steps to revive the reputation of the professional game. Players were forbidden to drink on the field or off. No beer was to be served on the grounds, and no games were to be played on Sunday. Power was to be invested in the owners, not the players.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves tied up with Arizona 0-0. Matt Olson comes to the plate. Olson digs in, and the first pitch is inside for a ball. Good take by Matty. Tried to get him to chase off inside off the edge. It's 1-0. The 1-0 from Gallen, righty-lefty matchup. The wind up the pitch. Swing, and just taps it foul back behind home plate. It's 1-1. Milwaukee and Philadelphia, they are underway. So keep you up to date on that one. Matt Olson, 30 home runs. Been sitting on that for a few days now. The 1-1 pitch. Lets it fly. Catches the outer edge up top. It's 1-2. One-two from Gallen. Swing and a miss. Strike three. The ball did hit the ground, so Olson's going to jog up to first base, but he'll be out. A 2-3 put out for out number one. One down, and here comes Travis d'Arnaud. Travis d'Arnaud hasn't played in the last few days, and recently, if you missed the announcement, he is locked up through the end of next year with a club option and no buyout through 25. So he'll probably be here the next few years. First pitch on the way to Travis is rifled foul and out of play over the first base dugout. It's 0-1. Travis d'Arnaud brings so much to the team, not just what he does on the field, but leader in the clubhouse. The 0-1 pitch to d'Arnaud right there for a strike. Just caught the edge inside. Good pitch by Gallen. It's 0-2. I don't think we got the best version of Zach Gallen when we saw him the first time out in the desert. We got a few runs on him, but he is one of the best righties in the National League. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt. Good take by Travis, and it's 1-2. Zach Gallen, low pitch count so far. Like to get that pushed up a little bit, especially in this hot sun. The 1-2 pitch, swing, and fouls it straight back. It's 1-2, 94 on the outer edge. Tried to blast it right by him, but Travis able to spoil that pitch. A lot of day games today. We'll keep you abreast of what's going on as the games get going. We were the first game of the day, the 1-2 pitch. Swing and rifles it foul. Just got a piece of that one. Kind of sliced it down the right field line. It's 1-2. Braves nothing, Arizona nothing. Games that will be going on now. Philly and Milwaukee just got underway. They're scoreless in the first. Mets and White Sox are about to begin. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on, just got a piece of that one. So we'll do it again at 1-2. The good thing is Travis is seeing a lot of pitches here in this at bat. So you love that. Gallen needing a second to regroup. The 1-2 pitch. In the dirt. Good take by Travis. Evens up the count at 2-2. Other games going on this afternoon. San Francisco and Cincinnati just got started. They're scoreless. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Swing and bangs it foul. Pulled it down the third base line, right into the third base dugout. One of the coaches there made a pretty nifty catch, pretty nifty barehanded play. The 2-2 pitch. He'll rock and fire. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the changeup, and there's 2 away. That's the bad news. The good news is Travis d'Arnaud ran that count deep. And here comes Marcell Ozuna. Got to figure the more pitches you can put on these pitchers, especially in Atlanta, in July, in a day game. They're not used to this heat. Heck, nobody is. The first pitch on the way to Ozuna drops in for a strike, knuckle curve. It's 0-1. Edward, my pick to click today was Travis d'Arnaud. I don't know if you were rubbing in because he just struck out, but the 0-1 pitch misses high, 1-1. I kind of just went with the fact that he signed the contract extension and he's fresh coming off the bench. The 1-1 pitch misses high and wide. It's 2-1. San Diego and Toronto play here in a little bit. That's going to be Blake Snell versus Bassett. Pretty good pitching matchup there. Detroit and KC get started a little later along with the Twins in Seattle. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and fouls it away. 94 miles an hour. It's 2-2. So a 2-2 count to Marcell. Gallen lets it go. Swing. Just got a piece of that one. Jam shot inside. We'll do it again at 2-2. Well, yeah, we didn't get a chance to do much of a pregame show today. I was running home from work. I was telling everyone that we come back from the Boston series. The plan is to do every single game play-by-play the rest of the season. The Sunday day games are a little tough. The 2-2 pitch, just got a piece of that one. Marcell must have just got a stitch of that to stay alive. It's 2-2. So typically on the Sunday games, unless it's a night game, will typically going to be a chat day. But the rest of them, we come back from Boston, the plan is to do every one. The 2-2 pitch from Gallen. Inside, ball 3. And Marcell Ozuna has run it full. You got to love that. After a very quick first inning, Gallen's up over 20 pitches here in the second. The 3-2 pitch. Swing, grounded over to third. It's going to be a 5-3 put out, and he'll make the play to end the inning. So 3 up, 3 down, but he had to earn it. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
Do you sometimes sit and just be thinking like, man, I can't believe my best friend's a thug? You're not a thug. Yes, I am a thug. You're not a thug. Yes, I am. How are you a thug? I took hip-hop classes, Chad.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. In the 1995 MLB draft, the Montreal Expos chose a 17-year-old catcher from San Mateo, California, named Tom Brady. But Brady decided to pursue football instead. Because Tom Brady has been playing for so long, he's become the last person drafted by the Expos to still be playing professional sports.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
The 1906 Chicago Cubs, believed by many to have been the best team in baseball history. They moved smoothly to the pennant that year, winning 116 games and losing just 36. One key to the Cubs' consistency was their infield, the celebrated double play combination of Tinker to Evers to Chant. Chicago fans loved them, but they did not much like each other, or anyone else for that matter. First baseman and manager Frank Chance fined his players $10 if they so much as shook hands with an opposing player. Second baseman Johnny Evers was so touchy that his teammates called him the human crab, and he missed one entire season after suffering a nervous breakdown. Shortstop Joe Tinker was ordinarily a cheerful man, but even he refused to speak with Evers for 2 whole seasons after a quarrel over cab fare.
Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Spencer Strider goes back to work. The first pitch is 97, just misses low. It's 1-0. So you went to Fenway a few years ago. What is the Shipyard? I don't think I know what you're talking about. The 1-1 pitch, the 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss, 1-1. Or are you just talking about a shipyard is there? It's not the name of a business. The 1-1. I'm hoping it's going to line up as the 1-1 pitch on the way, swing, and fouls it back out of play. It's 1-2. Max Fried, for those of y'all that might have missed the little bit of pregame show we did have, he is set to pitch today. He's going to be in Gwinnett, not in Rome as they originally announced. So he's going to pitch 5 innings come hell or high water. They don't even care about, if he goes out there and shuts them down trying to win a AAA game. That is not the goal. And is the 1-2 pitch from Strider. Lets it fly. Swing and a comebacker just out of the reach of Strider's glove. It'll hop into the glove of Ozzie. He'll flip it over to first, and there's one away. 4-3 put out. So the game plan, from my understanding, is that he's going to go 5 innings today, and the next time he takes the mound, assuming everything goes right, knock on wood, he will pitch for the Atlanta Braves early next week is where it would line up, Tuesday or Wednesday. And I'm definitely going to the Tuesday game. We're trying to go to the Wednesday as well in Fenway. First pitch on the way to Thomas is a swing and a miss strike. It's on 1. Oh, 1 pitch. Strider lets it fly. Got tongue tied there. Drags it foul. It's 0-2. I think we're sitting third base side in the first game. And like I said, the second game's kind of up in the air because the weather looks dicey. The 0-2 pitch off the plate wide, 1-2. But if it's good weather, we're going. We haven't decided where we're going to try and sit and all that kind of stuff. But as long as we get in the stadium, I just hope that Fried pitches one of those games. Be cool to see. I've seen him pitch one time before in Atlanta. Time is called Alec Thomas needed a chance to, speaking of Boston, Nomar Garciaparra his gloves and get them all wrapped together. The 1-2 from Strider. Lets it go. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And Spencer Strider puts another K up on the board. Strider now with 6 strikeouts. And there's 2 down. First pitch on the way to Perdomo, the leadoff hitter, is down and in for a ball into the dirt. It's 1-0. The 1-0 from Strider. Swing and fouls it down the first base line. He's evens up the count at 1-1. Atlanta, nothing. Arizona, nothing. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and lifts it foul back out of play. 1-2. Spencer Strider at 40 pitches, so a pretty manageable number so far, which is key when you have this many strikeouts. The 1-2 from Spencer. The quad father. Lifts, rocks, and fires. Fastball misses high, 98 up top. It's 2-2. Spencer, his last couple of times out, he's given up a few runs here and there, but I think the most positive thing you can take away from this, he's been near the zone, and also his velocity has been back up. The 2-2 pitch, 97, just misses low, and it's a full count. Got some pretty good games going on today in Major League Baseball. You got the Braves and Arizona, 2 playoff teams right now. San Fran and Cincinnati squaring off. The 3-2 pitch. Swing and grounds it over to Ozzie. Ozzie has it. Flips it over to first, and it's a 4-3 putout. We'll head to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Braves grab the bats.
Lastly, before I open the bar in the morning, I always make sure to turn on the Coors sign, let people know we got Ice Delicious Coors in the bar, and then that's the last thing I do.
That sign does not say Coors.
Come outside, come outside, come outside. It's closed. It says closed. Okay. Yeah, right, I can see that now, but, you can't really read it from the inside. You can't read it from the outside. Right.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. Both Cecil and Prince Fielder ended their careers with 319 home runs. They both made their major league debuts at the age of 21. They both had 1 season with 50 or more home runs, 1 season with 40 or more home runs, and 4 seasons with 30 or more home runs. Exactly 40% of their hits went for extra base hits, and 22% of the balls they put into play were line drives. And that's not all. They also matched each other with 97 two-out home runs, 49 fourth-inning home runs, 29 fifth-inning home runs, and 18 ninth-inning home runs.
Players like Waddell, with their drinking, with their bad acting, with their inability to take their profession seriously, they came to baseball in its early years in very large numbers because baseball, though popular, was outside social norms. The instability of a career where you might work for a year or two and then be gone, the jumping from team to team, seemed to be suited toward individuals who couldn't fit as well in the rest of society. Now, it helped in the case of Rube Waddell and many of these other sociopathic figures, that in addition to being sociopaths, they also had incredibly strong arms or very good batting eyes.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves. Arizona Diamondbacks, 0-0. First pitch on the way to Eddie Rosario's on the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. By the way, anyone who would put their monikers. KD has got some problems, but we don't deal with ugly comments from people. So just so you know, the 0-1 pitch right there for a strike. It's 0-2. The problem with Strider in a complete game no hitter is he normally runs his pitch count up so high. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt, 1-2. I want to say it was was it July or August last year that he came pretty close. He definitely has the stuff. He has the stuff for a perfect game. The 0-2 pitch is in the dirt. It's 1-2. The 1-2 from Gallen, swing and a miss, strike 3, and Eddie Rosario's down on strikes for out number 1. I really expected no hitter from someone like Elder or Max Fried before I do Strider, just because he normally just, unless he's absolutely just dealing. First pitch on the way to Orlando Arce is high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. But he today he's doing well with the pitch count. The 1-0 pitch misses inside, 2-0. It's funny to say, but I give him a better shot of beating that 20 strikeout mark than I do a no hitter. The 2-0 pitch, swing and lifted high, but not very deep into left field. Catch is made out there by the left fielder, Corbin Carroll, for out number 2. Yeah, Josh, that's kind of where my head's at too, is like he's got the stuff to do it, but in today's game, first pitch off the plate to Harris right there for a strike. It's a little off the plate, but they called it. It's 0-1. It's a little dumbfounding as the 0-1 pitch. Swing and lifts it foul down the line. It's quickly 0-2. Now, Spencer Strider 20 years ago would definitely get a no-hitter because they would leave him in. But in today's game, they're just so quick. And I get it. What it comes from is all those Tommy Johns we saw for about a decade. The 0-2 pitch swung on, grounded towards the second base bag, backhanded, making the play, a 4-3 putout. Good play by Marte. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
She left me. She left me, Dad.
I'm sorry.
After all we've been through.
I don't know what...
I trusted her.
I know, buddy.
And she left me.
I know.
This hurts so bad.
I know.
And it's like she doesn't even care.
Listen, Amy is only...
Amy?
Yeah, Amy. Who are you talking about?
My Uber driver. This heifer left talking about I'm taking too long. I said, bitch, I'm on my...
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. The Pirates won a game while getting no hit because of 3 walks and a fielder's choice. It's the first time since 2008 that a team has won without recording a hit. In the late 90s, higher-ups for the Red Sox wanted to replace Fenway Park with a sports megaplex. The new Fenway Park would have been next to the New England Patriots Stadium, but an agreement failed to be reached. Nick Markakis used to hold the record for most consecutive games without committing an error, but Robbie Grossman of the Detroit Tigers played his 401st game in a row without an error, setting the new record.
It all starts with just one thing. Get to know your local beekeeper. You can make sure they don't use chemicals in the hive, that they only sell surplus honey, plus locally produced honeys have a smaller carbon footprint. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Ranch Ricky graduated from Ohio Wesleyan University, struggled as a catcher for a few years in the major leagues, got a law degree but failed to drum up any clients, gratefully returned to baseball, working for the St. Louis Browns, one of the poorest teams in the majors. He moved up quickly within the organization, scout, club secretary, and in 1913, manager. Ricky was a genius at making do with less. He approached his job scientifically, introducing unusual calisthenics, batting cages, and sliding pits.
No ball player can learn to steal bases by practicing sliding into sand pits. I wouldn't ask a veteran to slide into a pit. I don't think much of this theory stuff. Miller Huggins.
Well, Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. There's Floyd with Hit the Ball. I was wondering if he was stuck at work or something. Spencer Strider goes back to work, 43 pitches in, and he fires the first pitch, and that ball is swatted into right field just off the glove of Ronald Acuna Jr. It dies at the wall, and he's going to be able to make it all the way around to third. I'd say Marte is going to be accredited with the triple. The ball did hit his glove, but it was a difficult play. He just misplayed it out there in right field. When the ball came off his glove, it died over there in the corner, and it was in kind of at no man's land. So Michael Harris had to come a long way. So Acuna actually had to slam on the brakes and go get the ball. So a leadoff triple, I would think, is how they'll call that, and they do. The first pitch on the way to Corbin Carroll is fastball on the edge for a strike. It's 0-1. Ozzie Albies and company. The infield was pulled in with a runner on first and nobody else. This is going to be very tricky to get out of this. Fourth inning at home, I almost want to say just play the infield back because you're opening yourself up. I know the analytics tell you different, but you're opening yourself up to a much bigger inning if he gets on because he can fly. The 0-1 pitch to Carroll. Strider lets it go. Fastball misses high and out of the zone. 1-1. Braves nothing, Arizona nothing. Top of the fourth inning, the 1-1 pitch. Swing and lifts it out of play. 96 up top, it's 1-2. That's a good thing, Floyd. Braves trying to salvage the last game of this series. Best record in baseball, but you don't want to get too complacent. The 1-2 pitch from Strider. Fastball just misses inside. Would have loved to have that call. Probably missed just a touch, and it's 2-2. Runner on third, nobody out. A 2-2 count to the number 3 hitter, Corbin Carroll. Front runner for Rookie of the Year. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. He got him. That was a heck of a strike out there for Strider. The sequence of pitches that built up to that kept going higher and higher and higher as he went inside and jammed him. And that one just about eye level. And he chased it. So that'll bring Christian Walker to the plate. Walker got a lot of swat in that bat. 20 home runs on the year. Takes the first pitch up top for a ball. It's 1-0. On deck is the left-handed designated hitter, Canzone. Back in the day, you would just walk him, but I guess they say don't do that anymore. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss, slider missing. It's 1-1. Today's analytics are driven by keeping runners off the base. And when they do get on, shading the defense like they got the infield in now, the 1-1 pitch. Fastball misses inside, 2-1. I still say I wouldn't pitch him, give him anything to hit. If you walk him, you walk him. Kind of the old Tom Glavine philosophy. If the bases aren't loaded, I've got an open base. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and fouls it back. 2-2. You can kind of afford to be precise because if you miss your spots and you walk them, it's really not that big a deal. Then you can play the infield back, try to set up a double play. But we got a 2-2 count, 1 strike away from being able to push the defense back. The 2-2 from Strider lets it go. Inside, 99 up top, Ball 3-3-2. Tried to get him to chase one up. That's one of those ones, if he does make contact, it would have been a pop-up in the infield. So you got a full count to Walker. Runner on third, one out. The pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. He chased that slider out of the zone, and he is kicking himself heading back to the dugout. And there's now 2 outs, and the Braves can put the defense back. Spencer Strider trying to get out of this jam. The first pitch on the way to Canzone is 99 miles an hour outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Spencer Strider now with 8 strikeouts in 3 2/3. He's got a big out to get here. Standing on deck is Rivera, who hit a home run in game 1. The 1-0 from Strider. Misses outside again, 2-0. Now, he may be pitching around him too. Yeah, I don't hate it as far as the strategy. What you hate is on a hot day like this, he's running that pitch count up again. I can understand why he would rather face the righty. But if this gets to 3-0, I say just put him on. The 2-0 pitch. Swing and fouls it back out of play. It's 2-1. The 2-1. Strider lifts the glove, rocks and fires. Fouled away, 99 on the outer edge. We'll do it again at 2-2. So a 2-2 count. The crowd is at their feet. They're looking for strikeout number 9. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. How about that? Spencer Strider gives up a triple, and then he just strikes out the side. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
So, I'm getting an eye job.
An eye job? Ma, you don't need an eye job.
I'm out there,
No,
George.
you're not out there.
I am too.
You're not out there. You can't be because I am out there. And if I see you out there, there's not enough voltage in this world to electroshock me back into coherence.
Armchair
presents the world's first star in your own radio commercial. Okay, guys, whenever you hear this sound, insert your name.
Hi there.
Braves Country.
Sorry I'm late. Sometimes there just aren't enough hours in the day to be a neurosurgeon and a swimwear model. Oh, am I thirsty? How about it?
Braves Country.
Got anything tall and cool? Oh, those.
Braves Country.
You are so thoughtful. But of course,
Braves Country.
the first choice for every occasion. You know, I have a confession to make. If I ever had a son, I'd want to name him
Braves Country.
Oh,
Braves Country.
come here. Now.
Braves Country. Braves Country. Braves Country.
Well, you did very well in your first commercial.
Braves Country.
Have a
Braves Country.
You've earned it.
Armchair.
I think those Boston fans actually won that series for the Pilgrims. We beat them 3 out of the first 4 games, and then they'd start singing that damn Tessie song. You could hardly play ball. They were singing Tessie so damn loud. Like when Honus Wagner came to bat, they'd sing, Honus, why do you hit so badly?
The Boston Americans made it 5 victories out of 8 games played, which gives them a clear title to the highest honor ever achieved in baseball, Boston Globe.
The games proved so popular that the 2 leagues decided to hold a championship series every year. A team from Boston had beaten a team from Pittsburgh just 650 miles away, but the owners insisted on calling it the World Series.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. swung on, and he'll lift that into right field, an easy out, and he's 2 up, 2 down. I believe he's only seen 3 pitches, and there's 2 away. When you face an ace like this, you swing at the first stuff you see, you're really playing into his hand. That'll bring Ozzie Albies to the plate. Ozzie Albies, he was 1 pitch and 1 out last time up. And the first pitch on the way to Ozzie is inside for a strike. It's 0-1. Ozzie didn't like it, but it did look like it was right there in the zone. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, swinging at the dirt. It's 0-2. Braves have yet to get a hit. Let's go ahead and jinx that right now. Zach Gallen, a no-hitter through 3 1/3. The 0-2 pitch. Misses high. Did he go around? He did not. Third base umpire Nestor Sayas says no dice, and it's 1-2. Milwaukee, by the way, I just saw this, has jumped out to a 3-0 lead over Philadelphia. So good news there. The 1-2 pitch. That one's in the dirt. Taken all the way by Oz. That thing bounced in front of the plate. I think it got up and got a piece of home plate umpire Brian O'Nora. See if he's okay. He was grabbing his just below his chest area. I don't know if it hit him near the throat. He's coughing, but he appears to be okay as far as whether he'll be able to continue is another thing, but he's chewing gum, so I guess that's a good sign. He says he's okay. Braves came out and looked at him real quick, and the bat boy went out there and gave him a piece of water. The ball ricocheted, popped. Oh yeah, it got him right near in between your throat and your collarbone. And though they got padding, there's no telling how it hit him. It hit in front of the plate, ricocheted off the catcher's mitt. So he appears to be okay. We're back to the action. First pitch on the way is swung on and bang foul down the line. We'll do it again at 2-2. The 2-2 pitch. Ozzie, open stance, righty-lefty matchup. The windup lets it go right below the knees. Good take. That was a nasty pitch. I thought it was staying in the zone the whole way. It was a changeup that just dropped just before it reached home plate. The 3-2 pitch, swing and bangs it foul, 95 miles an hour. Little out of the zone down low, but that's got to be a hard one to take. We'll do it again. Braves 0, Arizona 0. One down here in the bottom of the fourth, a quick moving ball game. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 94 up top, and Ozzie, who's been scuffling a little bit, just could not lay off of that one. So 2 down. Austin Riley comes to the plate. Riley trying to get the Braves off the schneid. Not just with the win, but also got to get a base hit. Got to get someone on. The first pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Knuckle curve. Down and away. It's 0-1. The 0-1 to Riley. Lets it go. Swing and fouls it back. Four-seam fastball up top. It's quickly 0-2. Zach Gallen, by the way, he's only at 48 pitches through 3 2/3. He's really cruising along. Has a perfect game so far. The 0-2 pitch. Gallen lets it go. Off the plate wide. It's 1-2. Knuckle curve tried to get him to chase that one. That was a little too far off the plate. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and fouls it away. Do it again at 1-2. 1-2 count to Riley. The clock winding down. He lets it go, and the 94-mile-an-hour fastball misses up top. 2-2. The 2-2 to Riley. Inside. High and tight. Close shave. It's 3-2. So a 3-2 count. Hind catcher Carson Kelly's going to go out there and have a chat with Gallen. Go over their game plan here. He's got a full count to Riley. Standing on deck, of course, is Matt Olson. You got to figure they don't want to walk him, but you don't want to just lay one in there because Riley's been heating up recently. Full count. Gallen lets it go. Swing and lift it high, but not very deep into right field, into the glove of McCarthy for out number 3. So 3 up, 3 down once again. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Hey, rookie! You were good.
For those of you who have seen Field of Dreams, and for those of you who haven't, I'm going to tell you the story of Moonlight Graham. Archibald Wright Moonlight Graham was born on November 12, 1876 in Fayetteville, North Carolina. Some say he got his nickname because of his speed. Others say he got his nickname because he moonlighted at a second job in the offseason. He played minor league baseball for 6 seasons until he finally got his chance in the big leagues with the New York Giants in 1905. On June 29th, he would finally make it into a game against Brooklyn at Washington Park. Graham would replace right fielder George Brown at the end of the 8th inning. Unfortunately for Graham, he never got a chance to bat. In the top of the 9th, he would be left in the on-deck circle when Claude Elliott flied out for the 3rd out of the inning. He would play right field in the bottom half of the inning, but never recorded a putout or an assist. Soon after, he returned to the minors where he played until 1908. In 1908, he had to retire due to chronic respiratory problems. He never got another chance to play in the big leagues. In 1911, an American League scout found out he was playing semi-pro ball and asked him to join the Red Sox, but he declined the offer. After baseball, he became the Chisholm school doctor in Minnesota for over 50 years. Sometimes he would take the students out to the field where he would throw baseballs from home plate over the left field wall, a distance of 335 feet. In 1965, he became ill and passed away at the age of 88.
Baseball sports are the streets and the lots in the old neighborhoods. We had to build the backstop. We had to build the mound. We had to put down the line. Actually, we had a saint of a man by the name of Joe Austin, a night manager in a brewery who was single, who had played semi-pro ball, and who was the godfather of baseball for this community. And he built the field. The players helping him. And we played there on weekends, had a very, very good team, even got uniforms after a while. And that's where I learned the game. And it was wonderful.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Arizona Diamondbacks, scoreless through 4. Braves have yet to have a base runner. Spencer Strider's going to go back to work. He has 9 strikeouts. The first pitch on the way from Strider to Rivera, the number 5 hitter, is inside for a ball, high and tight. The 1-0 pitch. Kicks and deals. Did he go around? He did. Home plate umpire Brian O'Nora said the check swing went around, and it's 1-1. The 1-1. Lets it go. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Slider just off the edge. Must have been sitting dead red because he was way out in front of that one. The 3-2 pitch from Spencer. Kicks in into the dirt. 2-2. Imagine how dangerous Spencer's going to get when he masters his changeup and gets a 4th pitch, which I'm sure will happen in the next few years. He's doing all this off fastballs and sliders. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Double digits, baby. 10 strikeouts on the day And there's one down here in the 5th. Unbelievable. Like to get the man some run support, but he is pitching well as his counterpart. We figured this was going to be a low-scoring affair. I told you at the pregame show that the unders is the way to go on this one. So far, so good. The first pitch on the way to McCarthy is a swing and a miss. Slider up top. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Lets it go. Fastball just below the knees, 97 miles an hour. Just missed. Evens up the count at 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Check swing. Did he go around? And he did. It's 1-2. Third base umpire, Nestor Saya, said that he broke his wrist. So you got a 1-2 count from Spencer. Winds up and lets it go. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Holy cow. Spencer Strider is absolutely dealing today. He now has 12 strikeouts. And he'll try to strike out the side yet again. First pitch on the way to Kelly is a 97-mile-an-hour fastball. Pumps it right by him for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch from Spencer. Swing and fouls it back. 97 miles an hour up top. It's 0-2. Braves nothing. Diamondbacks nothing. Top of the 5th inning. Milwaukee leads Philly 3-0 in the 4th, and Cincinnati is up on San Fran 2-0. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. How about that? Back-to-back innings where he strikes out the side. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
What can I say? I guess you're on to me. You said you'd take a bullet for me. You'd never take a bullet for me. Probably not. No one ever takes a bullet. It's just something people say that they don't mean, like, how was your day? Or, we'll stop if it hurts.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. When the Dodgers beat the Giants in the 2021 NLDS, it was Max Scherzer who closed out the game. Because the score was 2-1, Scherzer was credited with a save. It was the very first save of Scherzer's 16-year-long professional career. In 1980, the legendary Willie Mays was actually banned from baseball. Commissioner Bowie Kuhn learned that Mays had taken a job at a casino and was concerned that he would gamble, even though he only worked there as a greeter. The ban didn't last long and was reversed 5 years later in 1985.
You'll do anything to stay healthy, so isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com now. That's waterfilter.com for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana. Better water, better you.
In 1912, Boston fans had both a championship and a bright new ballpark to boast about. It was there they had beaten the New York Giants, and fans were convinced it had brought them good luck. Built in a marshy area called the Fens, the park's most prominent features included a badly sloping left field that was called Duffy's Cliff, because Red Sox left fielder Duffy Lewis had learned to play it so well. The left field wall was just 320 feet from home plate and was very friendly to right-handed hitters and very damaging to the windows of store owners across the street.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves. 0-0, looking for their first base runner. Matt Olson comes to the plate, and the first pitch on the way from Gallen is down below the knees and misses. No, they're going to say that was a strike. was not in the zone. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and grounds it over to first. 2 hopper. Walker's got it, and running down the line, Olsen almost beats out Gallen. Think you might have got him by about a half step. Looking at the replay, yeah, he just got it. Gallen kind of got handcuffed a little bit, had to slow down his trot to first. And Olsen, with those long strides, almost snuck up on him. So that'll bring up Travis d'Arnaud. Travis d'Arnaud takes a hack at the first pitch inside for a ball. For a strike, excuse me. Fouls it out of play. It's 0-1. I mean, at this point, we're talking about pick to click. If you get a base hit, you're clicking. The 0-1 pitch. Off the plate wide, 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. d'Arnaud swing and fouls it away. It's 1-2. So you got a 1-2 count. d'Arnaud, righty-righty matchup. Here comes Gallen with the pitch. In the dirt, good take by Travis. 1-2. Just saw the question there. Nolan Ryan has the all-time record for strikeouts, 57-14. Seems like an almost untouchable number. Pitched for so many years, but Strider, man, if he stays healthy. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and lifts it high, but not very deep into right field. Bending, making the catch just outside of foul territory for out number 2. That'll bring Marcell Ozuna to the plate. Ozuna, one swing here can change this game. So I think it's a little bit advantage Atlanta because you got 2 pitchers dealing like this, and one swing can give you the lead. The Braves lead Major League Baseball in home runs by a lot. First pitch on the way to Ozuna is up high for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Inside, ball 2, 2-0. If you could get Marcell to work his way aboard and Eddie Rosario get into one, 2-0 lead would almost seem like a 5-run lead in this game. The 2-0 pitch. 94 up top. Called it a strike. I believe. Well, maybe he didn't. Says it on the screen, but it looks like they called it a ball. It's 3-0. The 3-0 pitch swung on. That ball is driven into center field. Making a sliding catch is Thomas to stop the first hit of the game. He makes the play. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
Where's the scissors? I gotta give this thing some flav. What are you doing? Crew necks are for squares and Mormons. Oh, cute. Should we do mine? I don't know. If you have no car, why open the garage?
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. Hall of Famer Jim Palmer is arguably the best Orioles pitcher ever. He had the most wins in the 70s and was remarkably good at limiting homers. Over his 19-year career in the league, Palmer never gave up a grand slam or allowed back-to-back home runs. The legendary Derek Jeter holds a pretty impressive record. He's played the most games at one defensive position without ever playing another, with 2,674 games at shortstop.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
There's something in its intimacy. There's something in that incredible greenness. There's something in the peculiarity of the way that the outfield wall follows its meandering path from right to left. There's something about the way that it fits so tightly and neatly into the city, not surrounded by endless acres of ballparks. And there's something about the fact that it has been the site of so much baseball sorrow, has gone down there, that you can compare it to a Civil War battlefield. It is a vale of tears.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Spencer Strider goes back to work, and the first pitch, 97-mile-an-hour fastball on the outer edge to Alec Thomas, called for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Fastball misses high, out of the zone. 1-1. Spencer Strider at 74 pitches. The 1-1 pitch from the quad father. Swing and a miss. Slider on the inner edge. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count to Thomas, and he takes a hack and just gets a piece of that, drags it foul. Do it again at 1-2. Braves nothing, Arizona nothing. Top of the 6th inning. The 1-2 pitch. Misses outside 98 miles an hour. Try to get him to chase up top. It's now 2-2. The 2-2 from Strider. Lets it fly. 97 misses outside wide. Ball 3, 3-2. So Strider's in danger of walking the leadoff runner who's got wheels. The center fielder, Alec Thomas, and the top of the order is next. So got to bear down here, knuckle down, and let's go. The 3-2 pitch. Swing, grounded over to second. Here's Ozzie. He'll make the play. 4-3, put out for out number 1. Yeah, these strikeouts are great, but you'd kind of like to see him get a couple of really quick outs, a couple of ground ball quick outs to keep that pitch stat count down, see if he can go 7-8 innings. He's got it at pretty good number right now, 79 pitches through 5 1/3. First pitch to Perdomo is swung on, and that ball's lifted high, but not deep enough. Just before the warning track, Acuna will make the catch for out number 2. So that's what we need, a quick out. You still see water from the grounds crew back there on the warning track where they were spraying down today. So that tells you very little action has happened back there. We've been out here 5 innings, and normally by then it will have gone away. First pitch on the way to Martell is right there for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and grounds it over to first. Just goes foul. Would have loved to have had a quick inning like that, but instead he'll go back to the plate. It's 0-2. Braves Country today will be following the show here. Following the game here, excuse me. Post-game show, the 0-2 pitch. Did he go around? Check swing. He got him. Strike 3. Ketel Marte does not like it, but that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down, and another strikeout for Strider. We'll be back in a flash.
Today I'm going to show you how to tie a tie with the help of my gay nephew, Peter Piscitello.
Gay? I'm not gay.
What are you talking about? Of course you are.
No, I'm not. Why would you think I was gay?
You ever hear yourself talk, Peter? You're gay.
What are you talking about? This is how I talk.
Peter, you got nothing to be ashamed about. The whole family supports you.
Excuse me, the whole family?
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. In the early days of baseball, some hitters would choose to use a flat bat. Batters felt that utilizing a flat bat allowed them to bunt easier. But Rule 1.10a was instituted stating the bat shall be a smooth, round stick. 2021 Cardinals, Nolan Arenado, Paul Goldschmidt, Tyler O'Neill, Harrison Bader, and Tommy Edman all won a Gold Glove award. This made the 2021 Cardinals the first team in history to win 5 Gold Glove awards.
So Deshaun Watson blocked me on Twitter. Guess I must have rubbed him the wrong way.
In 1914, a band of rich businessmen hoping to get in on the baseball action formed their own league, the Federal League. They began offering big money to big stars willing to sign up with their teams. They even gave the players the right to become free agents. 81 players were lured to the new league, including Three Finger Brown, Joe Tinker, and Chief Bender. Old ballparks were renovated and new ones built, including one on Chicago's north side that would one day be called Wrigley Field. But the upstart league was a direct challenge to Ban Johnson, who resented the interlopers just as National League owners had resented him when he launched the American League in 1901. Johnson denounced the competition as pirates and threatened to blacklist any players who jumped to the new league. But to stem the flood of deserting players, he and his owners also raised the salaries of remaining stars and pledged to do better even by average players in the future.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Spencer Strider is the first pitch on the way from Zach Gallen to Eddie Rosario is on the way. Swing and a miss, strike. It's 0-1. Gallen has a perfect game going, and Spencer Strider has 13 strikeouts. More on that in a second. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and fouls it down the line. It's 0-2. Spencer Strider's 13 strikeouts through 6 innings. This is the fourth time he's reached this in his career in 40 starts. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Eddie Rosario blown away up top, and then there's one down. His only higher total was a 16 strikeout performance against the Rockies last year. I think a lot of folks remember that. I remember we did that game. That'll bring Orlando Arcia to the plate. Orlando takes a hack at the first pitch and drags it foul. It's 0-1. Arcia, a lot of his at-bats, when he gets out in front, you'll see him open up quite a bit, and it's kind of leads to the ground ball over to third, the 0-1 pitch. Down and away, 1-1. You'll see him as a mechanism. He's trying to make sure that he's staying up through the middle. So you'll see him kind of do like a half swing through it with the air. The 1-1 pitch swung on, and that ball is belted down the left field line. Is it fair? It is off the foul pole, baby. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ramalama, ding dong, a solo blast, and the Braves lead it 1-0. The no-hitter, gone. Perfect game, gone. And that ball is gone. 403 happy feet over the left field wall. And Orlando Arcia makes it 1-0. That time he opened up his hips and was able to keep the ball straight. So 1-0 your score, and we're finally off the schneid. Here comes Michael Harris II, and he puts a worm burner back up the middle, and that ball's going to ricochet off the glove of the shortstop Perdomo. It gets into center field. The hot shot will have Michael Harris standing at second with one away. See how they score that. Be interested to see if that is indeed an error on the play or not. So they're going to go out there and talk to Zach Gallen for a second. It's the pitching coach, Brent Storm, out there. So doubt they're making a pitching change as well as he's pitched. But you do have to keep an eye on that. Ronald Acuna Jr. coming to the plate with 1 on, 1 out. Braves are on the board finally. They did give it a base hit, and it doesn't look like they gave an error at all, so it'll be registered as a double for Michael Harris II. So after getting absolutely nothing the first 5 1/3 innings, the Braves have a solo shot by Arcia, and it's followed up by a double. And here comes Ronald Acuna Jr. Acuna takes a hack at the first pitch he sees and saws it off foul down the line. It's 0-1. Acuna's 0 for 2 with the fly out, a line out. He's had very quick at bat so far. The 0-1 to Ronnie. Gallen lets it fly. Top of the zone, 95, outer edge. It's 0-2. You can tell Acuna didn't like it, but it did look like it touched the top of the zone. Not everything can be a debate with the umpires. Some of them you got to just let go. The 0-2 pitch. Good take by Acuna. That was a hard knuckle curve in the dirt that he barely laid off. You could tell he wanted to yak at it. The last second, held up. Braves 1, Arizona 0. Bottom of the 6th inning. The 1-2 pitch. And, Michael Harris II is caught in a pickoff play. He was hauling it. He was going from second to third, trying to steal third. You like the idea of it, just the execution wasn't very good. He took off running, and they yelled just in time for Gallen before he headed towards home plate. He spun off the mound and threw it over to third. Dangerously close to a balk, but I'm pretty sure he caught himself. The 1-2 pitch. Inside. Ball 2, 2-2. The only thing you hate about that with your Harris and you get picked off like that, you had 1 out in the top of the order with Acuna and Ozzie and Riley and whatnot. You might have ran us out of a big inning, but I get the idea. The 2-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's roasted into center field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Ronald Acuna Jr.'s on the hard hit single. 2 away. So hindsight's always 20/20, but that would have definitely scored Michael. I get why he did it. Obviously, he was trying to get to third base with less than 2 outs and figuring easier for him to score. But anyways, you got to move on. The Braves do lead at 1-0, and Ozzie Albies comes to the plate. Hopefully he can get off the schneid here. You know, a hanging knuckle curve would go right into his wheelhouse. The first pitch on the way, 95 up top, misses the zone, but called for a strike. It's 0-1. Braves 1, Diamondbacks 0, bottom of the 6th inning. The 0-1 pitch. Acuna dives back into first as they tried to pick him off there. So you got an 0-1 count. Ronald Acuna Jr. looking for a stolen base to get in scoring position. He's trying to time it for that knuckle curve, I'm sure. The 0-1 pitch. Fastball misses high. 1-1. The other thing that's going on in the minds of everyone, Ozzie Albies has got to be sitting just about dead red because Acuna's got Gallen's attention, and I doubt he wants to throw that knuckle curve. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and pops it up. And that'll bend back out of play. It's 1-2. Now with 2 strikes, that knuckle curve kind of goes back into play, because if you really believe in it, you'll throw it assuming that you'll get the strikeout and you don't worry about the stolen base. So a 1-2 count, wheels are turning in Atlanta. Ronald Acuna Jr. leads off of first, got a pretty healthy lead. The 1-2 pitch, fastball misses outside, almost like a pitch out. It's 2-2. So deuces wild in hot Atlanta. You got a runner on first, a 2-2 count, 2 outs to the number 2 hitter. The wind up the pitch. Swing and lifts it high in the sky, but not very deep. It'll be playable. Alec Thomas will make the catch, and that'll end the inning. But up for your Atlanta Braves and Orlando Arcia. Make it 1-0 on a solo blast that fired off the foul pole. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
So come to find out, the barber that lives around the corner from me just got arrested for selling drugs. You just never know about people, man. I've been going to this dude for 12 years. Never knew he was a barber. Crazy, man.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. Craig Biggio is remembered as a great contact hitter and one of the best Astros ever. In 1997, he played 162 games without grounding into a double play, becoming the only player to ever do that. Hunter Green is an extremely exciting prospect for the Cincinnati Reds. Part of that excitement comes from his electric fastball. In his April 16th start against the Dodgers, he threw 39 pitches over 100 miles per hour, setting a new record.
Baseball had become one of the biggest entertainment industries in the country, and when war actually came in April, the owners saw no reason to stop playing.
With an astonishing disregard for the new proprieties and new decencies, the so-called magnates of baseball have proclaimed in both leagues their unswerving adherence to the wretched fallacy of business as usual. New York Times.
The owners argued that baseball should be declared an essential wartime industry so that players would be exempt from the draft. It didn't work.
July the 21st, 1918. Baseball received a knockout wallop yesterday when Secretary Baker ruled players in the draft age must obtain employment calculated to aid in the successful prosecution of the war or shoulder guns and fight.
Fresh recruits drilled on the Elysian Fields in Hoboken, New Jersey, where Brooklyn and Manhattan teams had developed the game of baseball 70 years before. Some ball players found jobs in defense industries where they were paid handsomely to play on company teams. But 247 major leaguers did serve, and 3 were killed in action.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves 1, Arizona 0. The first pitch on the way from Strider is called for a strike on the outer edge to Corbin Carroll. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch on the way just misses outside. 1-1. The 1-1 from Strider. 13 strikeouts on the afternoon in the dirt. Ball 2, 2-1. Strider at 86 pitches now. So we might be looking at the end of the line. They're trying to get the 7th inning, get through the 7th inning with them. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and lifted foul back out of play. It's 2-2. The 2-2. Strider looks in and lets it go. Ball 3, 98 miles an hour outside. So a full count now to Corbin Carroll. You don't want him on the base pass because he can fly. The 3-2 from Spencer. Lets it go. Inside, ball 4, 98 miles an hour. Fastball misses. And trouble a brewing. Runner on first. Nobody out. In the heart of the order for the Diamondbacks. It's going to bring Christian Walker to the plate. Walker, 0 for 2. Struck out his last time up. The first pitch on the way is a 97-mile-an-hour fastball, top of the zone. Good pitch by Spencer. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Strider turns around and flips it over to first, keeping Carroll close by. So an 0-1 count. Righty-righty matchup, runner on first. The wind up the pitch. Swing and a miss, and the ball flops out of Darnold's glove. Corbin Carroll steals second with ease. You had to figure that was coming because we all know that Travis Darnold doesn't have the strongest arm, and Carroll can absolutely blaze down the paths. The ball just popped out of Darnold's hand. He probably wouldn't have been able to get him. Now you got to keep him from stealing third. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on and fouled back out of play. Do it again at 0-2. Spencer Strider, 92 pitches. Strider looking into Darnold. Bit of a delay. Steps off the mound now. You got an 0-2 count. Strider in a big spot here. The 0-2 pitch to Walker. Inside, hits him. Pitch goes high and inside. Fastball gets him, but he wears that Iron Man type of gear, so he should be okay. So he'll head down to first. Spencer motioning to Walker like it wasn't intentional. I mean, you'd have to be an idiot to think that was intentional. You got an 0-2 count on a guy. Actually got him in the top part of the shoulder, so that'll leave a bruise, but he appears to be okay. So Strider now really in trouble. Runners on first and second, nobody out, and the pitch on the way to Canzone is swung on and fouled back out of play. 96-mile-an-hour fastball. That's 0-1. Would have liked to have seen Kranitz go out there and talk to him just to give him a breather. Braves have the infield backing in double play depth. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on. That ball is belted down the right field line and gone. Home run. Like I said, Kranitz should have got off his can and went and talked to Strider. Instead, he gives up a 3-run shot, and it's 3-1 here in the top of the 7th. Unbelievable. You can tell the guy's running out of gas, and you don't go out there and talk to him. And obviously, that's not Kranitz's call, that's Snicker's call, but it's just unbelievable. Calzone hits one over the wall. Just got over the wall. I mean, barely straight. That's a second home run this series that has just gotten over that wall, and it's 3-1. So, nobody on base, and Strider will go back to work. Rivera takes the first pitch high for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Check swing. Did he go around? He did not. 2-0. Arizona 3, Atlanta 1. Strider just laid a slider in there, and it just hung. And that is definitely a sign of fatigue. The 2-0 pitch, fastball, hits the top of the zone, but a poor call by Brian Onora. And we've dealt with him about a week or so ago. He's one of the worst home plate umpires we have seen The 3-0 pitch. Fastball right there at the knees, 3-1. So his ratings will be right about average, but when you see the pitches that he misses, they are unbelievably bad. You'll have guys that will miss pitches, but you're like, yeah, okay, that was kind of a close call. The 3-1 pitch swung on and lifted high into right field, and that one's going over the wall. Another one, another solo shot, and hopefully Snicker will get up off his fat rear and go get Strider. He's obviously out of gas. Unbelievable. Braves trail 4-1 off of 2 home runs. Spencer Strider 100 miles an hour in 100-degree weather. And they will finally go make the pitching change. We'll be back in a flash. Braves going to have to get some runs on the board to win this one.
Why is there a pancake in the silverware drawer?
I mean, why is there silverware in the pancake drawer?
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Don't miss a moment of heart-stopping NFL coverage on Braves Country HD.
Riggins. He's going to go all the way unless Blackwood can catch him, and he can't.
3rd and 3. We'll see a pickup sometime on the right side, possibly. Montana looking, throwing in the end zone. Caught it! Dwight Clark!
Only 12 seconds left to play third quarter. Here's Marcus Allen cutting back upfield, and Marcus Allen could be gone. 74 yards for Marcus Allen.
The quiet man of this football team, Scott Norwood. He can fire the shot heard round the world now. Here we go with 8 seconds to play. High drama here on the Super Bowl. But in the air, it's got the distance.
It measures just 9 inches in circumference, weighs only about 5 ounces, and is made of cork wound with woolen yarn, covered with 2 layers of cowhide, and stitched by hand precisely 216 times.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trail 4-1. If you're just joining us, Spencer Strider has given up 2 home runs, but you just can't blame Spencer. He was out of gas. That was just bad managing. First pitch on the way from Ben Heller, who's in the game, is swung on and lifted high in the sky for out number 1, F8 if you're scoring at home. Corbin Carroll got on via the walk. He stole second. It was already blatantly obvious that Strider had lost it. He was having a hard time finding the zone. Then he faces Walker, who he hits after up 0-2. If that's not a reason to go get a guy, nothing is at 100 pitches. As the first pitch on the way from Heller to Kelly misses inside for a ball, it's 1-0. But he leaves him in, and the first pitch he throws is a hanger. He gets belted out of the building. And then he leaves him in again. He gives up another hanger. The 1-0 pitch swung on, lifted high, and into center field for out number 2. And I know he's going to sit there in the post game. He's going to tell you that, well, I was trying to get another inning out of him. And I get that to run him out there for the 7th inning. But the first sign of trouble, you got to go get him. He had a bad outing on Saturday. He had a good bounce back game today. Go get him and look at the big picture. First pitch on the way from Heller to Thomas is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Yeah, Snicker absolutely dropped the ball. Literally, he let them drop the ball over the right field fence. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and just got a piece of that one. It's 0-2.
2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2.
In the game against the White Sox, I absolutely blamed the performance by Strider. It was a bad performance, but this is on the management. The 0-2 pitch is fouled off. We'll do it again at 0-2. So if you're just joining us, the Braves in Arizona, they were scoreless going in the bottom of the sixth. In fact, they had a perfect game going against us as the pitch on the way is swung on and grounded over to second. That'll end the inning. We will be back in a flash, and more on that. The Braves need some runs. We got 3 innings to do it, though. We got time.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me
You sound better tonight!
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way. Austin Riley is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Braves trail at 4-1. Still got a long way to go. Zach Gallen, by the way, is at 82 pitches, so maybe he'll run out of gas so we can get into one. The 0-1 pitch. Right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-2. Gallen has pitched a phenomenal game. He's only had the one bad inning, and the Braves ran themselves out of that inning in the sixth. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt, taken for a ball. It's 1-2. So if you're just joining us, the sixth inning, the Braves got on the board. Literally, they had not gotten a hit or a walk when Orlando Arcia drilled one over the left field wall off the foul pole to make it 1-0 Atlanta. The 1-2 pitch off the plate, wide ball, 2-2. That was followed up by a double by Michael Harris. Is the 2-2 to Riley, off the plate, wide ball, 3. And then Harris got picked off at second trying to get over to third with Acuna up and 1 out. Acuna then followed that up with a single, which would have scored the run, would have made it a 2-0 game. Instead, is the 3-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's rifled down the right field line. Off the wall, and poorly played by McCarthy. That thing is rolling and rolling and rolling and rolling. Here comes Riley, and he'll make it into third. He's safe with a leadoff triple. Let's freaking go, Braves country. Come on. Austin Riley, leadoff triple. Tell McCarthy you can't blame him realistically in this play at this stadium very often. When that ball goes off that brick wall, it just shotguns off of it. The last thing you want to be is underneath it, which is where McCarthy was. First pitch on the way to Olsen is high and out of the zone, 95 miles an hour. It's 1-0. Arizona 4, Braves 1. Riley at third. No outs. The 1-0 pitch. In the dirt, ball 2, 2-0. Tried to get him to chase the knuckle curve in the ground. Standing on deck is Travis d'Arnaud. The 2-0 pitch. Gallen kicks and fires. Ball 3, 3-0, 95 down and in. They do have a left-hander working up in the bullpen. I believe that's Nelson. It looks like him. Yeah, it is Kyle Nelson. We saw him last night. The 3-0 pitch. Lets it go. Swing! The ball's lifted high in the sky. Going deep on the track. Going back at the wall. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-lamma, ding-dong. A 2-run blast. And your Atlanta Braves have brought it within a 1-run game. 408 happy feet over the wall. 105-mile-an-hour exit velo. And Olsen, just like that, baby, we got us a brand new ball game. How about that? Zach Gallen laid one in there, and Olsen did not miss it. Braves trail 4-3, and that brings Travis d'Arnaud to the plate. D'Arnaud takes a hack at the first pitch he sees and fouls it back out of play. 94 over the plate. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch to d'Arnaud. Rocks and fires. Swing and lifts it high down the right field line. Just going to get to the warning track. Just missed getting that one over his head for an allowed out number 1. Third time through the order, the Braves are seeing Gallen. They're getting a lot better swings on him. See how much longer they leave him in there. Marcell Ozuna is due up. Ozuna digs in, and the first pitch on the way is off the plate wide. Knuckle curve tried to get him to chase. It's 0-1. Four to 3 your score. All the scoring came within the last couple innings. The 1-0 pitch swung on, pops it up. High in the sky, but not very deep. It's an easy out number 2. And that'll bring Eddie Rosario to the plate. They do have a lefty warming up in the bullpen, so you wonder if they're going to go get him. They're at the top steps, Lavella and the pitching coach, Brent Storm. Looks like they might give, all right. Now, he has struck out twice. Eddie Rosario has really looked overmatched. But I'm a little surprised they didn't go get the lefty. The first pitch on the way is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. I assumed he was being warmed up to face the Rosario, Arcia, Harris part of the order. The 1-0 pitch. Down and in, 2-0. Braves 3, Arizona 4. Bottom of the 7th, the 2-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. He just has not picked up that knuckle curve, and it's a 2-1 count. The 2-1 pitch to Eddie. Gallen lets it fly. Swing, and that ball is rifled over to second, knocking it down and off his keister, off his wallet. Marte will throw out Eddie Rosario for an easy out number 3. And I don't think Rosario even left the batter's box. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
You're very lucky that you're with somebody who's resilient.
You tried to off yourself 2 times in the last 24 hours, Frank.
A single scores at least one, probably two, with Adrianza's speed. Braves fans are on their feet hoping for some kind of a bleeder or a seeing eye single, trying to find any way to get a runner home. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Buehler's got to be coming to the end of his string. For him to piece together this many pitches on 3 days rest, he's really done an incredible job. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is swung on and hit high and deep down the right field line. Is it fair? Is it? It is gone, baby! Ram-a-lam-a ding-dong, zit, boom, bam, a 3-run shot by Eddie Rosario. Eddie Rosario makes it 4-1 Atlanta.
Did you know that in the 1970s, a man left his house and walked to the Golden Gate Bridge and jumped off the bridge? When his loved ones went to his house, they discovered a note that said, "I'm walking to the Golden Gate. If one person smiles, I'm not going to jump." You don't know what other people are going through. Sometimes all that person needs is a warm smile from a stranger.
Armchair.
It is a haunted game in which every player is measured against the ghosts of all who have gone before. Most of all, it is about time and timelessness, speed and grace, failure and loss, imperishable hope and coming home.
Robinson with a good lead. There he goes. He hits the dirt and he's safe.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trail by just one now. So they put 2 on the board in the bottom of the 7th. Even more so now, did that hurt for them not going and grabbing Strider when he was running out of gas? So Kirby Yates is in the game, and Kirby Yates digs in, and the first pitch on the way to Perdomo, the leadoff hitter, is right down Main Street for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Down and away. Good take by Perdomo. 1-1. So he's gone 4-seam splitter to start the at-bat. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and fouls it back. 93 on the outside. 1-2. You caught up on the scoreboard real quick. Philadelphia trails Milwaukee 3-0 in the 7th. Always like to see the team we're about to play winning. I feel like they're going to not be as aggressive when we see them. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Good pitch by Yates, who's pitched much better last couple of months. His last time out was a little shaky, but all in all, Kirby Yates has been it's hard to believe it now, but he's been a big stalwart in that bullpen, because with all the guys we're missing, imagine what it would have been without Kirby Yates through this mess. The first pitch on the way to Marte is right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. If you're just joining us, the news about Max Fried, he will pitch today in AAA against Norfolk in Gwinnett, is the 0-1 pitch. Misses high, 95 miles an hour, 1-1. He is scheduled to pitch 5 innings today, and then if all belief is he'll be back in Atlanta probably for the Boston series either Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on, grounded over to second. Ozzy's got it, scoops it, flips it over to first, and it's a 4-3 put out for out number 2. Now remember, there's a big thing, very important part of this piece. Remember, their closer, Ginkel, has closed the last 2 nights, and he's thrown a lot of pitches. I can't imagine he would go back to back to back, but maybe they'll try it. If they do, I think I like the Braves' chance of scoring on him. Castro is warming up in the bullpen right now. He did not pitch yesterday, so they may try to go 2 innings with him. But the Braves have gotten to him before. First pitch on the way from Yates is to Carroll, swung on and banged off the plate for a foul tip. Man, Brian Onora, the home plate umpire, he is getting beat up. The count's 0-1. Onora walked out there to hand the ball to Yates to buy him some time. It's the third, I think it might even be the fourth time that he's been clipped. Earlier in the game, he got a shot right in the near the collarbone. That one hit him in the breadbasket. The 0-1 pitch to Carroll. Righty-lefty matchup. Pitch on the way. Swing, and fouls it off the plate and scoots out there towards the mound. Foul ball. It's 0-2. Looking ahead to the bottom of the 8th, the Braves score most of their runs in the 1st and the 8th. Orlando Arcia will lead it off. The 0-2 pitch swung on. That ball is hammered into the chop house, and it is 5-3 Arizona. That ball just got way too much of the plate, and Carroll did not miss his 19th homer of the season. We've talked about this earlier in the series. He is running away with the National League Rookie of the Year at this point, and he absolutely stroked that one. It's a four-seamer that was basically put on a tee. I think they were trying to rush it inside, and it just got too much of the plate, and it's 5-3. So 5-3. The first pitch on the way to Walker is right there for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. If you weren't here for the 7th inning, what really led to where we're at is Spencer Strider was out of gas, and they did not. Travis d'Arnaud is going to go out there and talk to Yates for a second. Spencer Strider had given up a walk to Corbin Carroll. You could tell he was out of gas. Then he's up 0-2 on Christian Walker, and he hits Walker. That's definitely out of gas, and they leave him in. He gives up a hanging slider for a home run to Canzone, and then they leave him in again, and he gives up another shot, so he gives up two home runs, and it was like, dude, he's out of gas. The 0-1 pitch on the way from Yates, swing and a miss strike. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch, kicks and fires, swung on and fouled out of play. Do it again at 0-2. Milwaukee, by the way, is up 4-0 on Philadelphia. That game is in the 7th. The 0-2 pitch from Yates. 95 misses outside wide. 1-2. The only good thing about this, little bit of a dip is that it kind of shows the glaring weaknesses this team's going to have if they get to October. Is the 1-2 pitch what they should be? Call. Whoa! Fastball right down on the edge, and you'll see it on your screen. An absolute strike, and Brian Onora blows another call. My, sometimes these foul tips into the umpire are just karma. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. That'll end the inning. The Braves give up a run, but we're going to grab the bats and be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Triple decker burn!
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Now Don Mattingly, an emerging star. Mattingly last year was called up by the Yankees from Columbus the day Bobby Mercer retired. He'd been with them prior to that, but had been sent out. And he's not only won a spot on the roster, he's in the lineup, he's hitting third, and he's leading the league at 338. Randolph at first base. That's drilled to the gap in right center field, and it is off the fence. Randolph was running all the way, so he is being waved in. Whitaker's throwing to Parrish is not in time on a double by Mattingly.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
In 1856, a British-born music teacher and enthusiastic cricketer named Henry Chadwick saw the Knickerbockers play the New York Gothams and became an instant convert to baseball. Chadwick developed the box score, wrote and edited the most popular players' manual, and launched one of the first baseball columns, covering the Knickerbockers and their challengers, the Gothams, Eagles, Empires, Excelsiors, and Atlantics, in the pages of the New York Clipper. And he began keeping comparative statistics so that he could measure one player's performance against another's.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves will now face Miguel Castro, former New York Met. And remember, he's the one that was on the mound when Eddie Rosario hit that home run in the desert when the Braves won that series a couple of months ago. Arizona's trying to repay the favor and sweep us in Atlanta, but we still got a long way to go here. Lando Arcia, who hit a home run his last time up, takes a swing at the first pitch and lifts it high, but not very deep. Playable, making the catch is McCarthy in right field, and there's one down. We'll talk about it more on the post-game show, but Eddie Rosario, I mean, not hustling out of the box, doing some of the things he's done defensively. He's really been disappointing the last few weeks. First pitch on the way to Michael Harris II is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. I never get mad at an athlete when they make a mistake, but when the effort's not there, you're like, what are you doing? The 1-0 pitch, down and in for a ball. It's 2-0. And how in the world Kevin Pillar is not getting more at bats, I'll just never understand. The 2-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted into center field, down for a base hit, and that ball's going to get to the wall. Here comes Michael Harris II. He's rounding second. Oh, he's going to put on the brakes. I thought for sure he was heading to third. The center fielder, Alex Thomas, slipped he basically was overrunning the ball. He slipped. The ball rolled to the wall. Great hustle by Corbin Carroll, by the way. And he got the ball in, and I guess Walsh just didn't want him to get gunned down at third, but I think he would have made it. But anyways, runner on second, one out, and the first pitch on the way to Acuna swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, grounded over to third, charging it. Rivera's got it, fires it over to first, and another easy put out. Acuna, who's now 1 for 4. But his 3 outs that he has made, they've been very quick at bats. That could just be frustration. But here comes Ozzie Albies. Ozzie Albies has Speaking of someone who's been slumping a little bit, he's 0 for 3. And they're going to go out there and talk to Castro. Next Braves broadcast tomorrow night, 8:10 first pitch in Milwaukee. It appears it's going to be Michael Soroka on the mound for the Braves. And a very good chance that Saturday night in Milwaukee will be the reappearance of the SSAJ. AJ Smith-Shawver would line up to pitch there, and that's what I'm hoping for. They're going to have to bring someone up unless they do a bullpen game. First pitch on the way to Ozzie is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Ozzie's 0 for 3. He's had a couple of quick pop-ups. He did strike out. Just a bad few days at the plate. Scuffling just a little bit. The 1-0 pitch. Off the plate, wide ball 2-0. He represents the tying run. Right now, we'll take a single just to cut this thing in half heading into the ninth. Riley stands on deck. The 2-0 pitch. Swing and bangs it foul towards the first base side. 2-1. So Castro so far has gone slider, changeup, sinker. Harris stands on second with 2 outs. He'll be running at the crack of the bat. The 2-1 pitch. Outside, wide, ball 3. 3-1. So a 3-1 pitch to Ozzie. Austin Riley stands on deck. The wind up the pitch. Swing, and that ball's hammered down the right field line, but foul. Well foul towards just past the dugout. We'll do it again. It's now a full count to Ozzie. He should get something to hit over the zone. I seriously doubt he wants to put him on with Riley on deck representing the go-ahead. The 3-2 pitch. Down low, ball 4. And Austin Riley will come to the plate with the tying run on first. The pitching coach, Brent Storm's going to go out there and talk to him. Two on, 2 out. Castro talking to Storm, and of course, I'm sure entire infield's getting the game plan of how they want to pitch Riley. You got a righty-righty matchup, runners on first and second, so there's a force at every base. I'm sure they don't want to get it into his wheelhouse. You would think they're probably going to pitch him outside, but Riley, when he's on, and he's hit a little better here of recent, when he's on, he can hit to all fields and he can drive it to right field. So here we go. The game on the line. Riley digs in. Castro with this high socks looks in, lifts the glove. The wind up the pitch. Off the plate, down and away, called for a bad strike 1. It's 0-1. See Brian O'Nora, the home plate umpire, he's limping around the back. I mean, I don't know if that guy should be back there. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled down the line. It's 0-2. He was limping around the back of home plate before Riley walked in. Looked like he needed one of those walkers with tennis balls on it. The 0-2 pitch. Down and away. Good take by Riley, and it's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Castro trying to get Riley to chase. The 1-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's belted high and deep. going back on the track. Jackpot, baby! It's over the wall, and your Atlanta Braves have taken a 6-5 lead. Austin Riley, 432 happy feet over the wall, 107 miles an hour, and oh, baby boy, hold everything. That whopper has given us the lead. How about that? How about that? Noel, please swear again. After I saw the Noel comment, bro, I swear the ball went a-flying. Holy cow. He hung that puppy. And it was all, I think he was trying to throw an off speed on the outer edge, get him to swing, to chase. They're going to take him out, by the way. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Cool. Wizard versus nerd. Write you down with my spell. No, science is the answer.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturday, September 9th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. You'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Brian Snow, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks. Live, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. It all begins September 9th, right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback, the All-American man.
Who is on first?
What are you asking me for? I don't know.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. We'll get back to work. Not quite sure what that was. I think there might have been something fall out of the stands. The first pitch on the way to Matt Olson misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch, lefty-lefty matchup. Kicks and fires. Swing and a miss, slider off the plate. It's 1-1. One to Matt Olson. If you're just joining us moments ago, the 1-1 pitch. Swing and fouls it back. It's 1-2. Austin Riley, a 3-run home run in our magical 8th inning that continues to pay dividends, takes the lead. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt. Ball 2-2. You're going to see this score, whether it ends at 6-5 or higher, and folks are going to be like, oh, okay, pretty high scoring game. This was an absolute pitcher's duel until the bottom of the 6th. The 2-2 pitch swung on, and that ball is blasted high and deep. Going back. Is it gone? It is gone, baby. Just below the chop house, Matt Olson puts one on the board. 32nd home run of the year. 80th RBI. 366 happy feet. And the Atlanta Braves take a 7-5 lead. Some insurance runs right there for you, baby. What an outstanding offensive performance by these Braves in the later innings. Matt Olson clubbed that one. Matt Olson, by the way, now has 2 home runs and 3 RBI. First pitch on the way to Travis d'Arnaud. Down and in for a strike. It's 0-1. d'Arnaud 0 for 3. The 0-1 pitch to Travis. Kicks and fires. Swing and grounded over short. That should do it. A 6-3 put out to end the inning. But not before your Atlanta Braves put 4 on the board. The Atlanta Braves, 7. Arizona Diamondbacks, 5. Here comes Eyeglasses. Let's slam the door. We'll be back in a flash.
I accidentally spent $800 on phone sex.
I was doing my makeup in the rearview mirror and I ran over your golf clubs.
I burned a hole in your favorite dress.
You didn't get that promotion because I called your boss a fat ass at the Christmas party.
Well, I purposely dropped that bowling ball on your foot so you couldn't go to your high school reunion.
I'm 2 years older than you think I
am. Tonight, the information superhighway and one of its main thoroughfares, an online network called Internet. The Internet, a global hookup that permits computers to exchange information. In 1981, only 213 computers were hooked to the Internet. As the new year begins, an estimated 2.5 million computers will be on the network, serving as many as 20 million people.
5 years from now, we're not going to have distinct cable and telephone industries. There's going to be one industry, and there'll be companies carrying bits, little pieces of information from point A to point B.
There are also interactive TV channels where people order movies on demand instead of driving to the local video store. High schoolers can get practice questions for the Scholastic Aptitude Test. These new services add about $10 a month to the average cable TV bill.
The Dodgers' best pitcher was Dazzy Vance, a hefty right-hander with an 83-inch reach, who had been the dominant strikeout pitcher of the 1920s. He literally had a trick up his sleeve.
You couldn't hit him on a Monday. He'd cut the sleeve of his undershirt to the elbow, and on that part of it he'd use lye to make it white, and the rest he didn't care how dirty it was. Then he'd pitch overhand out of the apartment houses in the background at Ebbets Field, between the bleached sleeve of his undershirt waving and the Monday wash hanging out to dry, the diapers and undies and sheets flapping on the clothesline. You lost the ball entirely. He threw balls by me I never even saw. Rube Bressler.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves going big fly today. And Eyeglasses coming to the plate. Raisel Iglesias. Braves, by the way, 15 strikeouts by the pitching staff, 13 by Strider, 2 by Yates. Braves also have hit 4 home runs. The first pitch on the way is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Raisel Iglesias set to face number 5, 6, and 7 hitters. Right now, that would be Canzone, Rivera, and McCarthy. We'll see if they change that up. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. So an 0-2 count from Iglesias. Swung on and grounded. Wait a minute. Did they say that was? Oh, it's line out to first base. I got a bad look at that. I thought it had chopped, but it was a kind of a, I wouldn't say leaping catch, but a hopping catch by Olsen for out number 1. My apologies. I didn't see it correctly the first time. The first pitch on the way to Rivera is right there for a strike at the knees. It's 0-1. Rivera 2 for 3 on the day. The 0-1 pitch, righty-righty matchup. Swing and a miss, strike 2. 85-mile-an-hour. Sailing away and down. The slider got him chasing. Just 2 strikes. Remember last time out, Iglesias took the loss, but it really wasn't him. It was the defense, the 0-2 pitch. Down and away, 1-2. Hit a couple of errors in that inning. He kind of let the floodgates open. He didn't pitch well, don't get me wrong, but the 1-2 pitch, changeup misses, 2-2. When he's really on, it's when that changeup is just falling out of the zone. It's getting a little low today. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Swing and rifles it high and deep into foul territory, into the crowd. Right field side, it's 2-2 once again. The 2-2 to Rivera. Braves lead by 2. The wind up the pitch. Swing and bangs it down the third base line. Just foul. That would have been trouble. I think if it's fair, Riley probably makes the play. The infield, Olsen and Riley are guarding the lines, which is why Olsen was in play there to make that hopping catch for out number 1. The 2-2 pitch off the plate wide, ball 3-2. So after getting ahead 0-2, you got a full count. Standing on deck is McCarthy. The 3-2 pitch, down, ball 4. Changeup misses again. That changeup's just getting a little low. Last couple outings, I've noticed that changeup just is not hitting. Got to get that cleaned up. So runner on first. So now the tying run stands at the plate. First pitch on the way. Right there at the knees for a strike. 95-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 0-1. Braves 7. Diamondbacks 5. Top of the 9th inning. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. That was a dandy of a changeup. It's 0-2. So 2 strikes. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on and just got a piece of that one. Chased that a little bit out of the zone. Was able to get the bat head out on top of that changeup. So an 0-2 pitch. Lets it fly. Swing and hammered into right field. It's going to get down. It's a worm burner. Runner will stay at second. Not a fast runner in Rivera. So you got runners on first and second. And 1 out. The defense was playing to that side, but when you're holding the runner on like that, and you do wonder if he should have been holding the runner, but when you're holding the runner like that, that ball gets grounded to that side. Olsen just doesn't have as much range when he's that close to the plate. Darnold's going to go out there and talk to Iglesias. So Lourdes Gurriel is going to come to the plate. He is going to pinch hit for McCarthy. Gurriel's got some pop in his bat, but it is a righty-righty matchup as opposed to the righty-lefty. So it's a little interesting strategy, but you understand it. The first pitch on the way is swung on and popped back foul out of play. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Runners on first and second. 1 out. Iglesias lifts the glove and lets it go. Right there at the corner's edge, it's 0-2. 95 just kisses the black. You got to figure he's going to try to get him to chase that changeup. If he can get him to roll over it, we could get a double play and get out of this puppy. The 0-2 pitch. Fastball just off the edge. 1-2. Carson Kelly is due up next. They do have a couple of folks still left on the bench, so they may pinch hit. The 1-2 from Eyeglasses. Swing, and that ball's lifted high, but not deep enough. Underneath it is Money Mike. He grabs the ball, fires it back into the infield for a big out, number 2. He went with that changeup, chased it a little bit out of the zone, lifted it high, but didn't get quite enough on it. So 2 down. Deuces are wild here. I misspoke. That was Alec Thomas due up. Excuse me. Alec Thomas, righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch on the way is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Two on, 2 out. The 1-0 pitch. Right there, top of the zone, 87, just touches the top shelf. It's 1-1. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. The Braves lead by 2. The 1-1 pitch, swing and grounded over to first. Here comes Olsen. He'll step on the pillow, and that'll end the game. Your Atlanta Braves win an absolute seesaw affair. Atlanta 7, Arizona 5. The game ball has got to go to Austin Riley, who hit a mammoth 3-run shot. And the Braves win a heck of a game here, 7-5, 7 runs, 8 hits, no errors, 5 runs, 6 hits, no errors for Arizona. Time of the game was 2 hours and 29 minutes and 94% capacity, almost 39,000 in the stands. Pretty impressive for a Thursday businessman special day game, getaway game. The Braves salvage a game in this series and stop the bleeding. That's the big one, right? Braves end the 4-game schneid, and they will head to Milwaukee. Milwaukee Brewers are leading, by the way, right now 4-0 in Philadelphia, and that is in the top of the 9th inning. And going to hit the scoreboard real quick as we're about to start the post-game show, but I did want to hit the scoreboard before we went all through that. The Mets down 6-1. Go ahead and pull that scoreboard up and put it on the screen. The Mets are down 6-1. That game is in the 6th. And Reds all over the Giants right now. It is 5-0 in the top of the 9th. Padres and Blue Jays 1-0 in the 6th. Tigers and Royals. Detroit leads it 2-0 in the 3rd. You've got Minnesota and the Mariners about to play at 3:40. And the Orioles and Rays, probably the best game of the night. Orioles and Rays tonight at 6:40 Eastern. It's Glasnow versus Gibson. It's the best matchup. I don't know if it's the best pitching matchup. Cardinals and Cubs are also on tonight at 8:05. And the Astros and A's, they will be the nightcap. So a decent slate for Major League Baseball, but not everybody is in play today. Tomorrow, the game is 8:10 Eastern. We'll have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play. Of course, Braves Country Day comes your way every day, 3 to 5. We go live, and we're going to go ahead and take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to go ahead and start Braves Country Day just a tad early today, as all the guys are getting ready to jump on. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win. And it's been a while since I've said that. We'll be back in just a moment. Keep it locked in here on Braves Country HD and 99.1 FM WQEE.
Hitting? It's not about muscle. It's simple physics. Calculate the velocity v in relation to the trajectory t, in which g, gravity, of course, remains a constant. It's not complicated.
Now, who are you again?
Assistant to the traveling secretary.
You're the guy who put us in that Ramada in Milwaukee.
You want to talk about hotels? You want to win some ball games?
Hey, we won the World Series.
6 games.
And there's quickly 2 away. Just 7 pitches into the inning, and Freddie Freeman comes to the plate. Here's the first pitch to Freddie Freeman, hit high and deep in center field. It's going back. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone! The Braves lead it 5-4. Freddie Freeman comes through in a big way. He takes Josh Hader deep. The Atlanta Braves lead it 5-4. On the bat of Freddie Freeman, the crowd is going bananas.
In 1882, owners of Midwestern clubs left out of the National League established a league of their own, the American Baseball Association. Its games cost just a quarter. Its teams played on Sundays, and its ballparks sold liquor. The new Beer and Whiskey League drew bigger, rowdier crowds. The stands filled with working men and immigrants, not the middle-class, native-born fans who followed the National League. It was baseball's heyday. Competition flourished, play improved, attendance skyrocketed, and huge wood and iron grandstands were built in all the big cities. The 2 leagues staged an end-of-the-season championship for fans who could not get enough baseball.
You're listening.
Are you an adult?
Yeah.
And you went out last night?
Yeah.
Introducing a hangover.
What's that?
Surprise, idiot. You went out and actually had fun last night, but your body is here to remind you that's not allowed. With a hangover, you can. Have a light breakfast to soothe your tummy. See if drinking more will help. And finally, start your day at 6 p.m.
I went out last night for casual drinks with a friend, and now I can't even form a coherent thought.
Try it today.
Hey, sports fans. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. That's Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Your true friends are the people in your life that totally get your inside jokes, your unique style, most important, what you want to eat. Taco Bell knows that when you get together with your real friends, it doesn't matter what you're doing, but hey, it might as well be something that everybody can get into, like the Taco and Burrito Cravings Pack with 4 crunchy tacos and 4 beefy 5-layer burritos. So even if you're all sitting around doing absolutely nothing, you know you'll still have a good time. It's Taco Bell's Taco and Burrito Cravings Pack. Get it for the friends that get it.
Dixie Handle Company, 5 generations of the Strickland family have produced quality hardwood farm and garden tools, wooden shutters, and custom furniture. This small business has been owned and operated since 1990.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturday, September 9th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Brian Snow, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., Saturdays this fall, talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. It all begins September 9th, right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback, the All-American man.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Rum and Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the pump cup. Really? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair. YouTube Live.
Radio station. The radio station you can call your own. just like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio. We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
You're listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac Magee, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. Man, it feels good not to be talking about another damn loss. Let's go. Snicker.
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Yeah, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? I hope y'all are doing great. I know I am. The rest of the guys are on the way. Be here shortly. We're going to talk, obviously, a lot of baseball like we always do on every show. And we're also going to talk a little football, start getting you in the mood for some football. Today, we're doing our mini camps. And if you haven't been present for those, basically we just go in and we we'll go over a team for a couple of minutes, give you an idea of what to expect this year. Today, we're doing the Philadelphia Eagles and the Dallas Cowboys today. So Doug is on the way, Steven's on the way, Joey's on the way. The whole gang will be here very shortly as the Atlanta Braves win another game and add to this. Look, this team, we know it's headed to October. I think the biggest concern for us as fans is we want to make sure that we're heading there in fine fashion, that we're not getting there just kind of scooting along. We want to make sure, let me make this excuse me, the scoreboard just a little bigger so folks can see it. We want to make sure that they're not just kind of scooting along there, that they're actually making progress towards being one of the best teams in all of baseball. And right now we got the best record. That's fine and dandy. But we also know, as the Phillies and Brewers, that one's about to end. So I'm going to go ahead and move that up and maybe everyone can see just a little better. But essentially what we have here is we've got the race for the best record in baseball. Today we came in 3.5 in front of Tampa Bay, 3.5 in front of Baltimore. They play each other tonight. So somebody's got to win that one. So we're going to stay 3.5 up because we won. Now that's the bad news. The good news, obviously, is that we are going to gain a game on one of them. And honestly, in that matchup, you kind of want to pull for Tampa because I think Baltimore's the better team. We've played them both, and I was much more impressed with Baltimore top to bottom. Tampa Bay's got a couple of elite starters in Glasnow and McClanahan. But as far as worrying about playing a team, let's say you get to the World Series and let's say it's between Baltimore and Tampa Bay, I'd much rather play Tampa Bay for a couple of reasons. A, their fans don't really support their team, so we could load up the Trop with a bunch of Braves fans. And B, Baltimore just appears to be a much more explosive team to deal with. So that's my thoughts on it. Some folks might be a little more worried about Tampa. And look, Baltimore is young, and I get that part of it. But I also believe that sometimes being young actually works to your advantage, right? Because you don't even realize what you're in before you're in it. So Atlanta Braves win this game, and I had jotted a couple of things down during the broadcast because if we had lost, I was about to lose my mind. I was about to lose my mind. But I'm still going to bring it up. Yeah, we got bailed out by the big 3-run home run, the big offensive explosion in the 8th inning, and that's all fine and dandy. But the simple fact of the matter is Brian Snitker got outmanaged. He was very fortunate that he has the best offense in baseball that bailed him out. But outside of that, you look at how that game went down, and I go back to that 6th inning, and I go back to the fact. Let's see here. I think we've got someone here that can jump in here. Here's Doug. Doug is Doug. How are you today?
Doing good. Hey.
Apologize. I didn't see you in the queue.
No
Doug is a big Cincinnati Reds fan, so everyone say hi to Doug. And he's on the show here on Thursdays. He'll also be on the Saturday morning kickoff show. Steven's on the way. He is a Marlins fan, so we like to talk a lot of different baseball. But Doug, in case you didn't catch the game, or folks who might just be getting off work and jumping on the broadcasts and catching what happened, Braves win this one. Incredible game, 7-5 comeback victory. This game was 0-0 going into the 6th.
Mm-hmm.
It was nothing going to the bottom of the 6th. RC hits a solo shot, and it's 1-0. And you're thinking at that point, man, we might need another run, maybe 2, but this could be a low-scoring game. Try to get out of here and avoid the sweep. Instead, and I had to jot this stuff down because I didn't want to forget how it unfolded. First of all, after Arcia gets the home run, Harris gets on second, which you can call it a double. To me, I think it should have been a single in E6 because the ball did come off the glove of the shortstop. But anyway, you dice it. Harris is standing on second, 1 out, and he gets picked off. Acuna's at bat. So I'm like, what the hell are you doing? Right? You're trying to steal third, and I get that. But when Ronald Acuna Jr. and the rest of those boppers are on the way, and we've had a hard time getting guys on base, I get the aggressiveness, trying to steal third, trying to be able to get in on a fly ball. But right after that, Acuna roasts one into the outfield for a single, and it would have scored a run. Anyways, we don't score another run. They leave Strider out there. He had 13 strikeouts. He walks Corbin Carroll. Carroll steals second. He gets in front of Christian Walker 0-2 and then hits him high and tight. They were aiming for low and away. Okay? So at that point, I'm like, Snicker, go get up off your can and go get him out of the game. He's almost at 100 pitches. It's a hot day in Atlanta. We've got the lead. Let's go use that bullpen that everybody brags about. Snicker leaves him in. It's already obvious he's running out of gas. He walks the first guy, hits the second guy, hangs. I mean, a hanger of a slider, gets just barely over the right field wall, and it's a 3-run shot. 3-1. All right, let's go get him, man. Let's forget. No, he leaves him in there for another batter, another hanger, another home run, and it's 4-1. And I was ready to lose my mind. I'm like, Snicker finally goes and gets up off his butt and gets him. And it's game after game after game that I'm seeing that the base running and the fundamentals. And I know I could be nitpicking, but man, this team has the potential to win it all. So I think I have the right to nitpick, right? I don't think this is a situation where, oh man, relax, chill. Everything's cool. No. I'm being greedy this year. In years past, I've not been greedy. In years past, I'm like, man, we're having a great season, blah, blah, blah. Last year, we saw, I still think we were the best team in baseball, run out of gas, right?
Mm-hmm.
This year, I'm like, we got to take this as serious as you can possibly take it. And anyways, we go in to, and we actually get 2 runs on a home run by Olsen in the, what is that, the bottom of the 7th. And it is now 4-3. And I mean, we barely got over the 4-3. And you're feeling good about yourself. Kirby Yates comes in, coughs up a run, top of the 8th, 5-3. And he just left one out over the plate. I'm not going to kill Yates, and I'm not going to kill Snicker on that one. That's just baseball, right?
Yeah.
but you're down 2. But it's funny because I mentioned this last night's game when we lost, but they'd used their closer, Ginkle, 2 consecutive nights. And he kind of struggled a little bit, but he got the saves. I was like, man, there's a good chance they're not going to be able to use him in game 3. And sure enough, they bring Starlin Castro in. And boom! 3-run bomb by Riley. Iglesias got a little bit of a trouble, but he got out of it. He's been a little shaky, but he got out of it. We hold on to win the game. That's the recap. I know you probably didn't get a chance to see the whole game, but any thoughts on what I just said?
I saw that. The biggest thing that came out of this game, is Schnichter holding Strider in. I don't understand that at all. I hate seeing that. It's everything you said. It's a hot day. You can see you can just look. Just a casual Braves watcher, just watching a pitcher, you can see he's lost his stuff. It's time to get him out of there. Why you're holding on for so long, I don't understand. I used to hate to see that with the Reds. With I can't think of the former manager before Bell came. Used to hold pitchers in forever, and we'd lose so many games because of it. So I that's my takeaway from the part of the game that I saw.
And the thing is, we've got to get aggressive at the trade deadline. I know everyone, well, I say everyone, the media, the Braves media, they tend to think that there isn't much improvements that can be made, and maybe they're just talking in lockstep, not wanting to tick off anybody. But this Braves team needs a couple additions to the bullpen. Now, we're going to get a couple of those additions, supposedly. Jesse Chavez will be back, which would be huge. Dylan Lee supposedly is going to be back, though there hasn't been much of an update on him, but that'll be huge. And A.J. Minter should be back.
Right.
But with all that being said, I still think they need probably two guys, 2 of them. Back end type of guys. I don't know if there's going to be a closer that's going to make a difference, that's going to be better than what we have in Iglesias at this point. But you can make his job a heck of a lot easier if you have Minter, and we've got to have another right-handed. We got to have another right-handed 8th, 9th inning type guy. Because Nick Anderson's on the 60-day IL. That's number 1. Number 2, even before Nick Anderson went on the 60-day IL, Nick Anderson was not dominant. And number 3, though Jesse Chavez has pitched really well, Jesse Chavez stuff is not going to get it done in late innings in October. He's having a great year, and that's great for him. I love Jesse, and I hope we hear that they re-sign him as well. He's great for the clubhouse. He pitches well. He goes to the post pretty regularly. But you got to have a guy who throws upper 90s nowadays in the back of that bullpen. And there's a couple of names out there. I don't know if we'll have time to get into it today, but there's a couple of names out there that I went over the other day. I mean, look, one of the guys that I like a lot to go get would be Kendall Graveman from Chicago White Sox.
Yep.
And the other that they talked about was Barlow from Kansas City. He had kind of a rough outing the other day, but look, that happens. And I'm a firm believer if they've got good stuff, the Braves staff will get the best out of them. Now, what's your take? Now, did Cincinnati hold on and win?
Yeah, Abbott was flirting with a no-hitter for a little while there. We won 5-1.
Okay, you did win 5-1. I saw you were right there, but I didn't know what the actual final was on that one.
Yeah, Abbott had his good stuff on today, so it was pretty much a cruise day. He was flirting with it. I mean, I believe he pitched all 9 innings, but he gave up a run in the top of the 9th.
See, these games here are, fortunately, I can't do this. Well, I want it to be pretty well. All right. We'll just leave it as is. Tigers and Royals 2-0 in the fifth. I'll just keep you updated on that. Oh, there's the White Sox and Mets. Okay, I lost it. White Sox up 6-1 on the Mets. Padres and Royals. We'll keep you updated on all that going on. Detroit leads Kansas City 2-0. Kind of a slower day for baseball, but pretty good matchups.
Mm-hmm.
So 5-0. How long did Abbott take the no-hitter into?
He took it into what I saw was correct. He took it into the ninth. I'm sorry, he took it into the eighth. I'm sorry, I take that back.
Because what's his name? Zach Gallen had a perfect game going into the sixth on Atlanta, and that home run that Arcia got, I felt like they left him in Gallen a little too long, but they had also used a lot of their bullpen, so I kind of understood where they were at.
Mm-hmm.
And they knew they weren't going to have their closer, and I think they were trying to stretch that out, and they'd won the first 2 games of the series. The Braves were in a totally different spot for them to leave Strider in out. I mean, they hung him out to dry. And it's just it's disappointing when they do that. But we'll move on from that. Braves win it 7-5, and that's one of those things where we won despite doing everything in our power to lose it. Like, we did everything we could. You go, all right, well, here we go again. And instead we went out there and somehow got the W, and which is
it's been the same thing for the Reds for this whole week. This 4-game series for San Francisco. We've just went out, came back after the All-Star break. We had just lost 6 in a row. We came out and played San Francisco, and I'm like, and they're just playing like they're hungover. I'm like, there's no chatter, there's nothing going on. Everybody's kind of like playing like rookies, like the rookies that they were at the beginning of the season.
Brewers did hold on and win 4-0 against Philadelphia.
Yeah, I know. And we had a great chance to take command of the Central, and we just came out and blew it through that series with them. And now
you might know, but everyone watching and listening may not know. But I know. Yeah, I know you know. Jeez. You're driving down the road, or if you're watching this on YouTube, you may not know.
Well, for those who don't know,
what we do here, Doug, we let people know what's going on because they live busy lives. I know if they really want to Google something, they can Google it.
Yeah, they totally blew that series, and I thought they were going to blow this series the way they were playing. Finally, between yesterday and today, they kind of remembered who they are. Ashcraft actually pitched again, and actually seems like he's got his head together. And Abbott, is being Abbott, came back after a disastrous game against the Brewers. He came out and played really well. So,
welcoming on to the show is Deep Throat. Texas Trosh, how are you, bud?
I'm doing great, and I mean, aside from
witness protection whenever you come on, man. Dark shadows all over the place. I don't want to tell you, but Nixon did it, man.
But no, I mean, aside from the Marlins, returning back to earth. I'm doing all right.
No, look, the Braves are doing the same thing. This is scuffling coming out of the All-Star break. I try not to, go out there and overreact, but it does get frustrating, especially you get, especially because the Marlins are playing phenomenal baseball this year. Reds too. You get almost spoiled because you're like, dude, we didn't win today. What the hell was that?
Exactly.
It's so easy to forget how quickly a baseball team can change because you get used to, we won again. Yeah, we won again. I remember at one point in the stretch in June, I was like, man, this is almost getting boring. And I was like, don't say that because they can turn around real quick. In 1 week, you can be ready to jump off a roof.
Who did the Marlins? I don't think the Marlins have won in the second half yet.
Have they lost? No. Have they lost all? Well, actually,
they got swept, and they got swept the first series, and I'm pretty sure they got swept by the Cardinals.
Yeah, I know they got swept by the Cardinals. They got swept.
They have not won in the second half yet.
You know why it hasn't stuck out to me? Because the Braves have only won 2 games, so we didn't gain a lot of ground on anybody.
Yeah, the Reds only won their second game today, so yeah.
But you're at home against the Rockies tomorrow night.
Yeah, I mean, if we can't turn it around here, then
exactly.
I don't know. They're starting to round into form. Chris Bryant's back.
Yeah, but the Rockies on the road are just a disaster.
True.
If you were going to Colorado, I'd say, it's gonna be a rough weekend for the bullpen, but I wouldn't sweat that. I would actually be considering what they're on a 6-game losing streak, maybe even more.
Mm-hmm.
I would actually be disappointed if I was a Marlins fan if they didn't sweep Colorado. True. And I never say that about Major League Baseball. Normally it's like, dude, you can't expect to sweep. Well, when you've lost a bunch of games in a row and you come home to play one of the worst teams in baseball, I'm like, man, if we don't sweep them, I'm going to be ticked.
I mean, that's kind of been the Marlins' MO all season. It's been win 7, lose 5, win 4, lose 6. It's just we can't – it's like everything's in streaks. There's no staggering of losses.
That kind of comes with a young team, though, right? Yeah. Especially a team that doesn't score a lot of runs. So there's always an opportunity there to get a bunch of wins in a row because when you have one of the better pitching staffs. But at the same token, when you're down at the bottom of Major League Baseball in runs scored, if you don't get great starts in your bullpen, the whole 9 yards, you can run into. I mean, no one. Honestly, I'm a little surprised that they got swept by St. Louis. I bet St. Louis fans are like, man, don't do this. We're going to win just enough games where we're not going to want to sell. Like, they need to sell that team off.
Big time.
Couple of the big series going into the weekend. We've got so obviously Braves and Brewers is a big one. An intriguing one to me is Red Sox hosting the Mets, because the Red Sox are right there for the wild card. The Mets are lingering just to the point where if they win a few more games, they're not going to necessarily be buyers, but they're not going to be sellers.
Yeah.
And if I'm a Mets fan, I think I'm pulling against my Mets the next 2 weeks. Because this team's not going to do anything. They're not going to make the playoffs.
Yeah,
you need a complete overhaul of that team. I don't know what they can sell. That's the only problem. Because they don't have a lot of pieces people want. Because the contracts are huge and they're long. And I see the sports talk in New York, and they're like, we got to trade Lindor. Lindor's contract just began.
Yeah.
He's not really performing. When he signed it, we laughed. We're like, you did what? You gave him a $300 million plus? Oh, okay. To me, that was Steve Cohen just wanting to have the bravado of, we signed someone to $300 million. We can sign anybody. That doesn't mean it was a good signing. Scherzer and Verlander, nobody wants those contracts, right? Mm-hmm. Brandon Nimmo, he just signed an 8-year deal for 160 plus. So no one wants that contract. And they've got to re-sign Alonso because he's one of the few pieces that are worth a damn on your team.
Yeah, I mean, like, you're not going to trade any of the young pieces like Alvarez or Beatty. I mean, that's kind of defeats the purpose.
Yeah, but no. Dude, they traded Francisco Alvarez. Oh my God. It'd make the 2020 Summer Riots look like a kiddie parade. They would be just ready to just absolutely burn the city down.
That dude almost has
by the way, came back to, he didn't pitch badly. 5 innings, 2 earned runs. Oh man, Drew Smith got nailed again. He gave up no. I guess their defense gave up a bunch. They only had 1 error, but I'm looking at the box score right now. They're only listed for 3 earned runs. There's only 1 error, but they've given up 6 4 runs in the 6th. So I didn't watch it, obviously. I was doing the Braves game, but got to figure if Quintana still in the game. I don't think he was still in the game. So it had to have been Drew. Drew Smith must have given up, from what I'm reading from this. Because he had 3 hits. He must have given up 4 runs, but only 1 are they calling it earned. So maybe there were 2 outs at the time. I don't know. Anyway, you dice it. I've heard them absolutely just rake him over the coals. Like, Mets fans are tired of him. I've always been pretty impressed by him. I don't know if y'all have seen Drew Smith pitch before, but he's right-hander, throws hard. When he plays against the Braves, he's normally decent. He normally has good numbers, but every time I see a Mets fan talk about Drew Smith, it sounds like me and a couple of guys that we've had over the years, and I'm like, oh, God, I don't care what the numbers say. He sucks. Anyways, Quintana, I'm trying to remember, wasn't that a pretty long deal that he signed? Quintana with the Mets?
Let's see. Quintana.
Because I don't think that was
2 year
deal.
He's a free agent in 25.
Okay, so it was a 2-year deal?
Yep, 2 year, 26 mil.
All right, well, they may be able to move him if he can have a couple more decent starts. Because that's something you might be able to talk someone into. Probably not, but
I'd say him and maybe
Senga,
Jeff McNeil. He's on a 4-year deal. They'll tell you he's only a 10 mil next year. It's not too bad.
He's got 1 more year after this one, is what you're saying?
Oh no, this is his first year of the deal, but I mean it maxes out at 15. It's not terrible.
I personally wouldn't want Jeff McNeil. He's a slap hitter. He makes way too much money for a guy that doesn't give you any pop. Maybe if I was just a that piece away from doing it, right?
Yeah,
I can see that. But like the Marlins, the Reds, they don't want Jeff McNeil. Dude's going to cost $10 million, and he's going to, I'm hitting 330. Yeah, but dude, you never passed first base. Like, what the hell, man? If I need a guy up there with the bases loaded, 2 outs, I don't mind having him up there because he'll choke up and he'll work his way aboard. But anywho, let's go on to bigger and brighter pastures. Let's go ahead and let's get your fantasy draft out of the way. Let me pull that up real quick so I can always have so many things pulled up during these broadcasts. I've got screens all over the place, having to navigate. All right, so if my math is correct, it's Doug's turn, right? Because the last pick was Jamal Charles of 2013 and 14.
Yep.
Sounds about right.
All right, Doug. Where are you going the all-time draft?
Oh, I'm going old school this time. I'm going to pick Lance Allworth.
I was wondering if someone was going to pick him. Okay.
I had to. I was seeing him sitting there, so just one of the great wide receivers. Arguably the best wide receiver of the 1960s, Mr. Bambi himself.
All right, so Lance Allworth. And what were the years again? Sorry, I was navigating.
1965 and 1966.
65 and 66.
Yep.
You don't have the numbers in front of you, do you?
I'm
I just want to give some context. I accidentally put in 85. Can we just leave 1985 for Lance Allworth?
Sure. He'd be really surprised by the numbers he got that year.
65 and 66.
Look him up real quick. Nothing. Was he even alive at that point?
No, he's still alive.
Is he?
Yeah.
Bambi. Chargers. I can't remember. Did Bambi ever play for anybody else?
Yeah, he played for the Cowboys. That's how he got his Super Bowl ring.
Huh. Okay.
He was in
San Diego because he's before my time, and I would see him on NFL films.
Yeah,
I would see them always talking about Bambi and all that stuff. So,
yeah, he was. His last greatest game was in the Super Bowl against the Dolphins in '71.
oh,
But the years were 65 and 66.
so he wasn't there for the glory years for the Cowboys. He was just there for that first Super Bowl against the Colts or Dolphins. Yep. Okay.
Or Dolphins, yeah.
Because when I think of the glory years, I think a little past that when they had Staubach and all. I can't remember who the damn quarterback was in those first years. Where, God, what was his name? It was right before Staubach, because it was him, Staubach, and then Danny White.
Well, you had for a while before you got traded to Denver. I think Craig Mortensen was the Cowboys quarterback.
Yeah, Mortensen. Yep, that's what I was thinking of. It's always a guy that when I hear his name, I didn't watch him play, but I always think, man, he sounds like an insurance salesman. He doesn't sound like a football player. Craig Mortensen. And then of course I always get tripped up because I think of Mort from ESPN, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
Chris Mortensen. Yeah.
I've never done a deep dive, but I wonder if they're related somehow. All right, Steven, you got back-to-back, Jack. Where are you going?
Well, I mean, this is a best ball, right? And it wouldn't be a best ball type league if I did not do some kind of stack. So let me get Steve Young.
Ah. What years we going with Steve Young?
1994, 1998.
What year did you start watching football?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I know it was in the 90s. I don't know what year though.
Okay. I was just wondering if you really remember Steve Young or not, if that was just before.
No, I remember him.
I knew you were alive. I just didn't know if, different people jump on different sports at different times of their life, right?
Yeah, I mean, definitely not for his early career, but I mean, like 98 was one of his seasons. It was at the tail end, but I remember that one.
Like I watched Wayne Gretzky in his prime. I can't name you more than 3 or 4 hockey players today. I don't know. If I see a guy with a name I can't pronounce, I just assume he's a hockey player. I was a hockey fan from the 80s to the 90s. Whenever the hell that draft that strike took place for a year and a half, I was like, I'll get back into it. I never did.
Sounds about right.
Okay, so you're going Steve Young. What's your next one, sir?
Next one, I'm just going to go a little bit of wide receiver here. Surprised this guy hasn't been taken already. Give me Demaryius Thomas, 2013, 2014.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, that was my I was going back and forth with it. Good choice. Good choice.
What years again?
2013 and 14.
Yep.
Surprised no one's taken Tebow. As long as I can get that one playoff touchdown that he got, we're good, man. Come on. Demaryius Thomas. I like that one.
Yeah.
And Steve Young. All right, Doug, one more pick.
I'm going to go with a.
And both of y'all will have one more left in the drafts, so we'll get that knocked out next week.
Okay. I'm going to take Mike backup tight end. I'm surprised somebody actually took him, but I'm going to take Ozzie Newsome.
Ah.
Okay.
What years?
I think that is 81 and 84. Yep. It's one of the clutch tight ends. And a great football mind, too.
Yeah. It's funny, man. Like, do I even have a tight end? I can't remember if I've drafted one. I got so much stuff that goes on in a given day. I just look at my okay. I did draft a tight end. I haven't even thought about drafting a backup, to be honest with you. He's only got a 3-man bench. I'm like, I don't know, man. Just let it ride. If Shannon Sharp can't do it, nobody can. All right, well, let's go ahead and take a real quick break. We'll reset when we come back. Philadelphia Eagles minicamp and a lot more baseball. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Keep it locked in here on WQEE and 99.1 FM and Braves Country HD. You're listening to Braves Country Today, the postgame show, the Atlanta Braves take out the Diamondbacks 7-5. We'll be back in a flash.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturday, September 9th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. You'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Brian Snow, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. It all begins September 9th right here on Braves Country HD 99.1 FM WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback, the All-American man.
You don't like your job, you don't strike. You just go in every day and do it really half-assed. That's the American way.
I'm bad at sex. There's a lot of thrashing and thumping, but nothing really gets done. I'm like a broken dishwasher.
Armchair Quarterback Radio. We cover the world of baseball from start to finish.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship. A liner off Nagy's glove into center field. The Florida Marlins have won the World Series.
Brocious, fittingly with a throw, and the Yankees have done it again. Number 24. They are the world champions of baseball in 1998. Chance of a lifetime for Luis Gonzalez. 2-2, bottom of the ninth, game 7 of the World Series. Bases loaded. Floated, center field. The Diamondbacks are world champion. Red Sox fans have longed to hear it. The Boston Red Sox are world champions. In the air to left, well hit. Back is Craig. What a team. What a ride. The Cardinals are world champs in 2011.
Armchair.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Take the scenic route in the new Hyundai Santa Fe, the family SUV with available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you travel way off the beaten path. Find new adventures together in the Hyundai Santa Fe.
Hey, sports fans. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. That's Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE 99.1 FM. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Welcome back. Your Atlanta Braves. Tried like hell to get swept, but Austin Riley came through and saved the day. Big home run by Riley in the bottom of the 8th inning. And the Atlanta Braves hold on and win it back-to-back jacks. Olsen finished that up with the home run himself. The Atlanta Braves win it 7-5, a game they desperately needed. Just get off the schneid, just get a better feel before you go out on a road trip. They head to Milwaukee for 3, and then they go to Boston for 2. I am hopefully, God willing, will be at the stadium Tuesday night. Fenway, my first time ever going, so I'm really excited about that. And we already got a couple things planned that I'm looking forward to. So, have either one of y'all ever been to Boston?
Mm-mm.
I've been to Boston, but I haven't been to Fenway.
What the hell does that mean? What'd you
I
do?
don't know.
What'd you do?
You said I've been to Boston. I've been to Boston. What do you want me to tell you?
Well, what are you doing in Boston? You didn't go to Fenway.
No.
Huh?
I was 5 years old at the time.
Oh, so you're probably watching the Boston Patriots.
So no,
Am I?
you have not been to Boston.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I don't know. I could see 5-year-old Doug slugging a beer back in Boston.
I don't know. Like I went to Chicago when I was 5, and I can't tell you a damn thing about Chicago.
You're not missing anything.
I was going to say.
No offense to anybody, but Chicago sucks. That place is a dumpster fire, literally. By the way, well, no, it's not over yet. I thought it was over. Chicago White Sox lead the Mets 6-2. There's a part of me who wants to see the Mets start winning just so they get delusional and they don't sell off, and then this team is just garbage again next year. Right? Get delusional. They go out and they trade away their entire farm system to get Shohei Ohtani for 2 months. Then he decides to go back to play for the Dodgers in the offseason. Just gut the whole thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're excited about that. So a couple of things we're going to do other than the ball game. They call it like a freedom tour, I think it's what it's called. But anyways, what it is because Boston was the home for so many historical events. You take this tour and they kind of tell you, well, this is where this happened, Boston Tea Party, all that kind of stuff. But my wife found one that serves beer and pizza during the actual thing. So looking forward to that. That's number one. Planning on going to Cheers. Never been there. Looking forward to that. And what was the other? There's a third thing. I can't remember what it was. But, whale watching. Never even would have dreamed to go with that. But our buddy James, the fireman, he had been before. He's gone. He's going with us. And he swears it's a really cool thing to go whale watching. So, we'll find out what that's about.
I don't know. You better be careful with all those whales targeting boats out there. They're teaming up and attacking now.
I have no idea. I just know that, you know what I'm talking about, like actual whales, right?
No, I'm being legitimate. Go look it up. Like in the Mediterranean.
I didn't know if that was like a fat joke or something.
No, it's actual whale.
Them whales, them whales are teaming up.
Mm-hmm. Killer whales, even with dolphins. It's getting real.
Yeah.
Almost as dangerous as Chicago. Okay.
Yeah, I'd still rather take my chances against the whales than riding around Chicago. What would you rather do? Be out there fighting the killer whales and all they gave you is a knife, or riding the rails of Chicago on a Saturday night?
I'll take the whales.
Exactly, man. I feel like I have a puncher's chance against a whale.
Killer whales, like they're maniacal. Like they'll just mess with you for hours.
I'm only giving you a knife in both situations.
Yeah, I mean in Chicago, I'll be dead in a few minutes. The whales, I'll be tortured for hours.
What if you're like Jonah? What if you just ride the whale?
That's not a bad question, there. Yeah.
And I'm
I'll ride it to Chicago. That's the bulk
I'm not
world.
talking about it last call at your favorite establishment. Go whale watching there. Well, I've been there in my younger days. Whale watching meant a lot different thing. All right, let's get into the Philadelphia Eagles for this goes a little too far. It probably already has, but whatever. Philadelphia Eagles. They are coming off of the NFC Championship. You win your conference, like in football and in basketball and in hockey. It doesn't feel the same as it does when you win it in baseball, when you win the league, because you've won the league and you win the pennant. And it's so much catchier then we won the NFC Championship. And no, we won the pennant, baby. They need to come up with something. I think it's too late to call it the pennant for football. They need to come up with something that if you were good enough to get to the Super Bowl, you won the – and it can't just be conference championship because it seems kind of lame. But considering pretty damn good year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I've signed y'all the task of hunting this down and talking about the almighty Eagles. Steven, start with you. What are your thoughts on the Philadelphia Eagles?
I mean, they're going to be one of the top teams in the NFC, probably in the NFL once again this year. They did a great job retaining like their key pieces from last year, keeping James Bradbury, Darius Slay, Fletcher Cox, Jason Kelsey. They got Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith in the draft to bolster that defensive line. They went out they did lose Miles Sanders, but they replaced him with DeAndre Swift and Rashad Penny.
Did that surprise you about the Miles Sanders?
No, not really. It probably just was he wanted too much, and I don't know. But
from a fantasy aspect, for folks who haven't caught the show before, when we get closer to the season, Doug and Steven bring us a lot of fantasy football content, and I'm curious, either one of y'all brave enough to draft DeAndre Swift where he's at his current AAV?
What is the current ADP?
So when I saw it last, and you'd have to probably look at it, it was, I want to say, about halfway down. So let me see. Let me pull this up real quick. From what I saw, because I heard this big, it was around 20. And
I'm seeing him around. He's the 23rd running back. He's going around the number 78.
Okay, so yeah, I was about right there, 20. He is. Man, one's got him as low as 27. So I guess it's not terribly high. But do you trust a Philadelphia Eagle running back? I guess is what my point is.
I trust them to be productive when they are in the game. I just don't know who's going to be in the game when.
Well, I mean, that's the name of the game. That's the name of fantasy, right?
Well, I mean, even more so with this kind of running back rotation, especially when you throw Kenneth Gainwell in the mix and Jalen Hurts as a potential rusher.
I was a little surprised that Swift ended up in Philadelphia because I feel like he's in the same situation that he's been in. Which is he's not going to get the volume. He's a very talented running back, but he's not going to get the volume, and he'll probably get overdrafted.
My take on it is Rashad Penny's going at, I guess, a 110. His ADP is 110 right now, running back 40. I'll take that every single day. So I mean, we've seen him when he's healthy be one of the top running backs in the league. You get him behind that offensive line in that scheme. If he can stay healthy, that is massive value.
I think that's the key to it is if he can keep himself healthy. But both their ADPs I think are about right where they should be. I mean, I wouldn't draft them before those numbers. To me, that's a sucker bet. You take him anywhere third. To me, it's a sucker bet.
All right, let me ask you this.
I'm going into the season. I'm a little bit cooled off on Philly's offense overall. Not because I don't think they're going to be a good offense. It's just they lost both their coordinators, and I don't think that bodes especially well when you're starting with new coordinators. What this team is going to look like. I mean, I'm not saying they're going to lose games. I'm just from a fantasy point of view. I'm wondering if the overall team is going to have the same amount of production that they had last year. And also, you have to look at too from a fantasy point of view is I see Jalen Hurts being more mobile this season, so I see touchdown yards being vultured just for the fact that Jalen Hurts is, if he plays completely healthy this season too.
All right, well, let me put it to you this way. So I'm going off of Fantasy Football Pros or Fantasy Pros, whatever it's called, and they've got him sitting at 27. They've got Rachaad White sitting at 26. who are you more likely between those two? And then you've got take someone who's right around that, like James Cook of Buffalo. You more likely to go DeAndre Swift, or you more likely to go one of the other routes?
I mean, I'll take Swift, but I kind of have to hold my nose out. I don't have any faith in James Cook and anything to have to do with Buffalo's
We're
running
talking
game.
about a late round backup. We're not talking if the guy's going 27th overall in a 10-man league, he's at the most a flex.
Yeah. Well, then I would take Swift over Cook because, like I said, I don't have any faith in Buffalo's running game right now.
By the way, it looks like Dalvin Cook. Jeez,
I just saw that.
Things aren't bad enough. If you think about drafting Dalvin Cook, the New England Patriots have become the favorite to land the veteran running back. Oof. Well, there goes that career. You talk about a way to kill your running back numbers. Go play the
Patriot way.
I don't know. Armando, Stevenson was about to go ham this year. That's really going to kill a lot of upside for both of them, really.
Yeah.
And didn't Buffalo sign the other running back?
Damian Harris, yeah.
Yeah, Harris, yeah. So he's become a wash, useless.
Yeah.
Not that he was that much of a grab, but anyways, just put a cap on this. Give me a record for the Philadelphia Phillies. Eagles, excuse me.
Under 500 for the Phillies, please.
The Eagles. The Eagles. Doug.
Let me see. 12-5.
Oh wow. Okay, 12-5.
The only reason I'm saying that is because I have a bad feeling that the offense isn't going to play as well as they did last year. That's all.
I'm not arguing with it. I just, that's a bold statement.
Yeah.
5.
Plus, they got the hardest. I think, Steven, tell me if I'm wrong. By strength of schedule, don't they have the hardest schedule?
Yep. They have the most. That can very rapidly change, but based on last year's results, yeah, they have the most difficult strength of schedule. And just think about how they end the season. From November 20th on, they go into Kansas City, then they face Buffalo, San Fran, into Dallas, into Seattle, face the Giants. They have a free win against the Cardinals, but then they go into New York week 18. That's not an easy task, no matter how good you are.
Yeah.
Mets did lose 6-2, so that game is a final.
Nice.
And Detroit's beating Kansas City 3-0 in the 7th. And I think that's about it going on right now in Major League Baseball. You do have Seattle, Minnesota just got underway. That over-under was 7. Thought about touching it, man. That was just a little too rich for my blood. 7 is, I think it's Pablo Lopez. I'm trying to remember who the Seattle pitcher was. It was one of their top tier guys. I don't think it was Castillo. I think it might have been Gilbert, maybe.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Anyways, I was thinking about whoever it was. When I saw the matchup, I was like, let me look at this and see if I can bang the under. When I saw it was 7, I was like, yeah, it's a little too low. It's just asking for trouble. One bad inning. Oh, by the way, nobody out first inning, and there's runners on the corners for Seattle. So yeah, there you go. Might have stayed away from that one.
It's George Kirby.
That's who. Okay, yeah. Lopez has been getting touched up a little bit the last few times out. Steven, Doug's got him at 12-5. Where do you got the Philadelphia Eagles?
I'm gonna go the same.
12-5.
It feels wrong, but it's the Chiefs Chiefs and Patriots are really the anomalies in the past 30 years of teams being able to repeat going that far and repeating those 3 and 4 loss seasons.
All right, so 12-5, 12-5. I'm just going to go with the odds of a Super Bowl hangover. I'll go. Still really good team. I guess I'll go 11-6. I'd love to know. Let me look at this real quick. What is the over-under in win total for? Let me pull it up. NFL futures. Look at the Philadelphia Eagles real quick. By the way, the Eagles right now plus 750 to win the Super Bowl.
It's not bad.
No, not bad at all.
Kansas City plus 625. Buffalo plus 900. San Fran plus 850.
11.5. Is there an over-under for wins?
Is that what you're showing?
Yep.
11.5.
I mean, I think that is one of the highest. If not,
championship winner only plus 300. Those are terrible odds. Because if I give you $1,000 of my money to sit there and hold all the way till January, and I'm only getting 3-1 odds, there's no way I'm going in on that.
Yeah.
I mean,
11.5 is the highest. Only the Chiefs and Bengals are 11.5. Then San Fran at 11 and Bills at 10.5. Then the rest of the league exists.
There's an interesting one. This depends on, first of all, what y'all's take on Saquon Barkley and his possible holdout.
I think he'll end up playing week 1. It depends how much he wants to be the example and dig his foot in for all running backs. Because there's a lot of steam building about what's the point if you're not going to pay us.
Right, but that was kind of what that was the hill that Le'Veon Bell died on.
And it's the one that Josh Jacobs
for him.
Yeah, but it's to the point. But I mean that kind of, if anything, did the running backs so much harm because James Conner just stepped right in and had a productive season, and it's just, I mean, now what we're seeing is all these veteran running backs, they're out of their first contract and they're not getting a big payday. It's just kind of all right, we're done. Here's the veteran minimum, move on.
I think it's a little skewed, and I don't know if they'll have the support by the entire NFLPA. But I think there's only one way to get around this, and NFL fans don't want to hear this. The NFL, if anybody, needs a work stoppage.
Mm-hmm.
Because they are by far the worst players union. They're the softest players union. They get the worst benefits. And there's no way in hell those type of rules would ever take place in Major League Baseball.
Mm-mm.
The only sport that has really unfair rules, but no one's ever really pushed back on it, is the NBA, because it's kind of jacked up that the very top percent of the NBA make all the money, and the bottom rung, although they are well paid, don't get me wrong, it's not like any of them are on food stamps, right? But it's as asinine that LeBron James and company are making, 50, 60 million a year. And then a guy who is looked upon as the second tier below him is making about 15% of that. But the NFL running back, man, it's been bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
The thing is, the average Joe doesn't care because they're like, dude, the guy's going to make $10 million. What the hell is he complaining about? But when you look in comparison, the biggest thing is the way it sits right now. He's going to make $10 million. He could have signed the 2-year deal that was was it 12? They were trying to get him, and he was trying to get 14, I think is what it was.
Mm-hmm.
But Daniel Jones is going to make $41 million this year. Daniel Jones?
Yeah.
That just tells you that there's too big of a disparity. It's not Daniel Jones' fault. But there's too big of a disparity between the quarterback and the running back. And I get that it's more of a passing league now. But Saquon Barkley does more than just tote the rock 10 times a game. And their careers are much shorter, et cetera, et cetera. Anyways, any of y'all got a lock for today? I know we got a short slate.
I don't have the odds in front of me, but give me the Cubs money line.
All right.
They're at home against the Cardinals.
Doug, what about you?
Oh, he just snagged mine. I was going to talk about the Cubs and the money lock on that.
Yeah, I hope that comes through. That's a third part of a parlay for me tonight. Stroman home against Steven Matz. You got to like those odds. Yeah. What's your walk-off, Steven?
I mean, I'll finish it with the actual money line. It's pretty good. Minus 120 for the Cubs. Give me that all day, every day.
And Doug, your walk-off?
My walk-off is, we just talking about the running backs, Jacobs in the same spot that Saquon is. But the thing with the Raiders is it didn't have to be. It didn't have to be. There was no reason not to re-sign him. Give him his fifth-year option. I think it would have been enough goodwill that they could have gotten a longer deal done. Just more Josh McLoser stupidity and alienating another player.
Tell me how you really feel.
I can't help it. You just keep pushing these players away. Just keep pushing them away. He'll probably end up in Miami if he's lucky.
All right,
we're already trying to talk.
When we come back, Joey's on the way. We're going to recap the Braves win and look at some other Major League Baseball stuff, and we're going to talk Dallas Cowboys next hour. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Keep it locked in here on WQEE. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country.
Hey, check it out. A snow cone machine.
A snow cone machine?
No, you're saying it wrong. It's a snow cone machine.
Wendy's only makes one kind of breakfast, your new favorite one. How do we do it? With fresh cracked eggs, oven-baked bacon, and flaky croissants. You know, the things your old breakfast wasn't doing. So toss that old news and its soggy eggs somewhere useful. And get to Wendy's. A sausage, egg, and Swiss croissant, bacon, egg, and Swiss croissant, and honey butter chicken biscuit. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Limited time only. Single item at regular price. Price and participation may vary at U.S. Wendy's.
Hey, sports fans. The Key has a brand new show. Braves Country is coming your way weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We'll be talking the Atlanta Braves and Major League Baseball, along with everything important to sports fans in Braves Country. The SEC, ACC, Big Ten, and the National Football League, and the big sports news of the day. That's Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE, The Key, 99.1 FM, and simulcasting on youtube.com /at Braves Country.
Choose a yogurt that's right for you. With 2 grams of sugar per 5.3 ounce serving, Too Good Greek yogurt is too good to be true. So Delicious dairy-free yogurt and Silk yogurt alternatives are delicious plant-based swaps you can enjoy by the spoon or add to recipes. Oikos 000 yogurt and Light and Fit yogurt are tasty, non-fat yogurt options. So many flavors, varieties, and possibilities. Elevate any recipe and your everyday with yogurt.
You're listening to WQEE in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country, weekdays 3 to 5 p.m. The Dixie Handle Company, 5 generations of the Strickland family, have produced quality hardwood farm and garden tools, wooden shutters, and custom furniture. This small business has been owned and operated since 1992 and ships to customers across across the world. If you're looking for the highest quality tool handles, Dixie Handle Company is your place. Every item is handpicked to your specifications. If it's made of wood, they do it. Call now, 931-722-3395. That's 931-722-3395. Or go online to DixieHandle.com. The Dixie Handle Company. Welcome to Craftsmanship, a proud sponsor of Braves Country Baseball.
"15 minutes could save you 15% or more."
Is that Shakespeare?
Nope, it's Geico.
Yeah, that's Shakespeare from one of his unpublished works. Oh, it be not for awakening. Nay, giveth thou the berries. For 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
No, it's from Geico, because they help save people money.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but Geico got it from Shakespeare.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia. Home of long enough. I was about to rediscover a drinking problem there, man. Jeez, please. Good Lord Almighty. Braves get a big W. If you missed it, if you're stuck at work, etc. Braves get a big, big win. 7-5. And Joey, how the hell are you, sir?
I'm doing fantastic. Let me tell you this. I'm at work right now, obviously, so I was kind of like, I heard somebody say, because we have fantasy leagues all over and people in the building, and the one guy's like, yeah, Gallen's got a no-hitter, and then I look at the score, and the Braves are just scoring like crazy. So whenever that turnaround happened, good job, Chop On.
Yeah, so the give you a quick rundown of that of how that went down. Obviously, we had the game right here, and man, oh man alive. I'm telling you right now, Brian Snicker's going to give me a freaking ulcer because Zach Gallen had a perfect game going.
Ooh.
Through 5. Zach Gallen was dealing, and then Orlando Arcia hit a solo shot in the bottom of the 6th to make it 1-0. We come back out in the top of the 7th, and Spencer Strider had put on 13 strikeouts. Okay?
Yep.
So 13 strikeouts he has, and he's up near 100 pitches. And they leave him in, and he walks Corbin Carroll to start the inning. And my first reaction to that is, all right, gave it your all, get him out of the damn game. It's 1-0. Carroll can fly. What does Snicker do? He leaves him in. He steals second. And the thing about Spencer Strider is he does have kind of a long windup. So when runners do get on the base pass, there are times where they can take advantage of it. And Darnode was behind the plate. It wasn't Sean Murphy. So you can run on Darnode. He's not a terrible defensive catcher, but you can run on him. So they steal second. All right. He gets an 0-2 count on Christian Walker. And the whole time I'm thinking, all right, this is your last bullet here. If you strike out Christian Walker, I'd probably let you stay in. We'll see where this goes. He hits him up 0-2. Sales went in and hits him in the shoulder. Darnold set up outside. So he's just walked a batter, and he's hit a guy up 0-2. He's obviously out of gas. Usually when this happens for folks who never pitched before, usually when this happens, it's because your legs are giving out, you're tired, you're not keeping your form, and the balls sail on you. It is not necessarily, you're not always going to hit somebody, but your location goes, the first thing goes your location, long before your velocity. So now he's hit a batter, there's first and second on, nobody out. He leaves him in there. Hangs the slider, boom, gone. It's 3-1.
It messed up my fantasy team because I saw the 13 Ks. I'm like, this is awesome. And then, bam.
All right. He's given up 3. Okay, you want to talk fantasy? You want to talk quality start? He's given up 3. Giving up 3-run home run. You got to get him out now. We're still within 2. There's still 3 offensive innings left for the Braves. He lets him in. He leaves him in there for another batter. Boom. Back-to-back jacks. Now we're down 4-1. And you're like, crikey, what in the world? Oh, there he goes waddling out. You know, at that point, too, and I was mentioning this during the broadcast, at no point did anyone go out and talk to Strider when he was on the ropes. Give him a chance to breathe. Give him a chance to catch his breath. You know, one of the things that gets lost in this whole thing with the pitchers and the pitch clock and the new rules, when a guy gets in trouble, the first thing you have to do as a manager, and he's kind of spinning out of control, you got to go talk to him. Because they can't walk off the mound anymore. They can't sit there and buy their own time. That clock starts again immediately. So you got to go out there, and if nothing else, you're letting the dude catch his breath. You might even say, hey, man, I'm just out here, see if you're okay. Da-da-da-da-da. All right, go back out and get him.
And honestly, at that point, sometimes I go reverse on the situation, and I'm like, well, you left him in this long. You might as well let him finish it now. He already torpedoed the inning, so let the guy get out of his own way. Like, I hate when they leave a guy in so long, and then there's 2 outs, and it's like, well, you already let up 5 runs. Now you climb out of your hole? Where were you for 3 batters?
Right, but the fact remain, when he gives up the home run, we're still within 2.
Exactly.
And he gives up another one. And I'm like, dude, he's obviously hanging it. Okay, I guess I'll come get him. Oh, that's such a good manager. You're doing such a fine job. He's getting blasted out there. And what's going to get overshadowed is that he struck out 13, so he had a hell of a game.
Yes.
But the music's going, oh, well, you got tagged again, dude. And he did have a bad game against the White Sox on Saturday. He had a very good game against Arizona. His managers let him down. I didn't really think he was going to be able to go out there and pitch the 7th, but I understood the philosophy of let's see what he can get through, right? But you're back through that, the heart of the order one more time. We're not talking about that he's going back out there to face the 7th, 8th, and 9 hitter. He's facing Corbin Carroll, who's going to win the NL Rookie of the Year. Christian Walker, who can bang with the best of them. And then he gets them both on. Get him out. Get him out. The hell are we doing?
That's a pesky team over there in Arizona.
It was just unbelievable. And then we come back. Olsen hits a 2-run shot to tie it in the bottom of the 7th, which really saved our tomatoes. Because now it's a 1-run game. You hated seeing Kirby Yates give up a solo shot in the top of the 8th that made it 5-3. But I can live with it because it really wasn't that bad of a pitch. It was just a hell of a hit by Corbin Carroll. It got a little bit too much of the plate, but it wasn't like a tater. Like, he jacked it, and sometimes you just got to tip your cap.
Touche.
Right. Bottom of the 8th came in, and we're down 5-3. I still felt like we had a chance because the biggest thing was their closer was used back-to-back nights, so they were not going to be able to use their closer, Ginkle. I can't help. Every time I say his name, I want to laugh. It's just, I don't know. It's a goofy name. Ginkle. Go get Ginkle. I'm so glad that guy doesn't pitch for the Braves. I would have just been hammering his name all this time. You pulled a real Ginkle there. So they bring in Starlin Castro, and you'll remember him from back when he was a Met, amongst other stops. And I'm like, here we go. This is our chance. And we already hammered Castro out in the desert. They were in the same situation. They had to have Castro close the game out, and Eddie Rosario got a hold of one. Well, this time Riley hit a 3-run bomb. 432 feet.
Baby.
2 on. Michael Harrison, Albie scored. So it's a 3-run shot, and then Olsen comes up and goes, I'm just going to go and serve another one over the wall. So 2 home runs for Olsen. I gave the game ball to Riley. I feel like he got to, and you said about a big moment like that. Here's the thing, though. The game ball would have went to Spencer Strider if freaking Snicker hadn't gotten his way.
It would have been like, what, 6 innings, 1 run, and 13 Ks?
13 Ks. Even if you would have pulled him after he hit Walker, at the most he would have given up was 2 runs. It would have been a quality start. I've been like, get it. Unbelievable. It's just,
hey, you guys got the win and ended the losing streak. That's the best part, right?
It is, but that's the big picture thing. But the diehard in me says we got lucky as hell.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because a lot of games, 5-3, heading to the bottom of the 8th, you don't win those games. Because you have to piece together a lot of hits. What's amazing is that game was 0-0 in the top of the 6th. It ends up 7-5. It was 0-0, and there was 1, maybe 2 hits at the time for Arizona. None for the Braves. And it ends up being 14 hits and 12 runs.
That's the game of baseball. You gotta love it.
Yeah. Anyways, that's the best I can do on the recap. But Strider was dealing. I'm just like, dude, it is 118 degrees out there, man. He's gone 6 innings, 13 strikeouts, high pitch count, first sign of problems. Thing is, they'll go out there and pull a guy who's cruising that has a first sign of a glitch all the time. And we had a fairly rested bullpen because we'd lost the last 2 games. So it's not like our high leverage guys have been worn out. Anyways, Mets lose, good news. Phillies lose, good news. Braves win, good news. Marlins didn't play, so we gain a half game on them. We'll be 10.5 up on Philly, 10.5 up on Miami, and now 17.5 up on the Mets.
Man, I'm jealous because I think the Reds and the Brewers won today.
I know the Reds did because Doug said that Abbott took a no-hitter into the 8th.
Whew. Good young stuff there.
That was a pretty good pitching matchup, Cobb versus Abbott. And they won that game 5-0. Oh, yeah, the Brewers did win because the Brewers were playing the Phillies. And you've got and so Atlanta's heading to Milwaukee now. So we'll try to help y'all out.
Please. We need it.
Try to go out there and put one up on the board.
Hey, we beat the Nationals for you guys.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
I'm more concerned nowadays about Baltimore, Tampa, and the Dodgers because I'm looking at in Texas for that matter because I'm looking at the best records. I want to have. I'm greedy, man. I want home field advantage throughout the playoffs.
Well, yeah, and I mean, right now you guys deserve it, and that's why this trade deadline that's coming up is so huge because, like you said, not only are you just going to watch your team, you're going to have to look do the Dodgers make a move? You know, do the Brewers make a big move? Then you go to the American League. Are the Tampa Bay Rays, like you said, Baltimore Orioles? Are these teams? It's going to be so interesting who buys high on some of these pitchers that will be available.
I still don't think that. I don't think the Dodgers are going all in this year.
They're waiting for Ohtani.
Ohtani, baby.
Yep.
So Ohtani'ville.
I don't blame them either, right? I mean,
yeah. You've given your fans a lot of wins over the years. I know they haven't won a World Series since '88, and don't at me with that bubble ship junk in 2020. That doesn't count. Yeah. That was a cute little AAU tournament you won.
We're looking at you too, LeBron James.
I still one of the greatest tweets of all time where LeBron James is adding the Rams. He's not mentioning the Dodgers per se, I don't think, but he's when the Rams win the Super Bowl and he says we need to all throw a parade together for all the championships we've just won. Dodgers, the Dodgers,
Rams.
Lakers, and the Rams just won an actual Super Bowl. And Tyler Matzik saw it and quote tweeted and said, "Bubble ships don't count."
Victory!
Yeah, got him.
Zinger!
Till the day I die, I will always want me a Tyler Matzik jersey. I've never seen one on the rack, but I still want one. I don't care if he's injured, and heck, I don't know if he'll ever play again for the Braves. I think he will, but I thought Michael Soroka would pitch again for the Braves. And whatever the hell he's been doing, that is not Michael Soroka. I don't know who that is.
Who's that
not
guy?
Michael Soroka.
Nobody knows that guy.
I don't know who that guy is. He's going for us on Friday night. Oof. We better get the freaking the bullpen ready for that one. I'm pretty sure AJ Smith-Shawver is going to hit the bump on Saturday. He'll be back. So if he's available in one of your leagues, word to the wise.
I'll be looking.
He's it appears he is going to be he's in line. They don't have anyone scheduled for Saturday, and he would line up to pitch on Saturday. Because he last pitched, I think, Sunday or Monday in the minors. So he's ready to roll. And it's either that or they bring up Schuster, and Schuster has been getting clubbed.
Yeah, let him get the confidence back. Get a few, let him keep going.
All right, it's 4:20. Smoke them if you got them. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Hey, does Tay Diggs follow you on Twitter?
No, but Kraft Singles does.
Big news and the big games covered in the Big Ten by the Armchair Quarterbacks all year long.
Averaging just under 38 on 44 kicks this year. Nice high kick, got a little wind under it, and it runs Howard back. Look at that. Oh, my goodness. One man. Goodbye. Hello,
Well, the ball is actually a little short of the 1 yard line now. It is fourth down, the final play, unless they can stick it in the end zone. Andre Johnson, Roscoe Parrish, and Kellen Winslow, and Dorsey under pressure. Throws it. Incomplete. The Buckeyes win. They went to Hickman, and Penn State well-timed blitz. LeVar Arrington, the All-America candidate, came across.
Well, it was a great athletic play by LeVar Arrington. As you see, he times his blitz very well, leaves his feet, and hits Hickman in the backfield.
Big Ten football covered in the Southeast by the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Hey, can I tell you one thing? That's 3 holding penalties on one football team in a quarter and a half. That ain't funny.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturday, September 9th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. You'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Brian Snow, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks. Live, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. It all begins September 9th, right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the armchair quarterback, the all-American man.
It's the best in sports.
Whoops. There's like 3 buttons at once. Welcome back. Atlanta, GA. We're off the schneid again. How about that? How about that? Braves win it 7-5. And Dallas Cowboys Day.
How about them Cowboys?
Not them Cowboys. I thought I had that queued up, but I do not see it. I gotta go. I gotta go through these quotes that we had queued up. I feel like this thing updated and it's wiped it clean. I used to have a lot of them. We've got something we're going to bring back. I just haven't had time to squeeze it in. We get so busy. Is the Hall of Unworthy. I don't know when we're going to bring that back, but it's going to come soon. Just got to figure out a way. Yes. I think once we get past this all-time draft, we'll bring it back. Hall of Unworthy. It's something we tried to do several years back, and then the pandemic hit, and then just kind of, you know how that goes. Everyone went their separate directions. So we're going to rebring it. I'm not going to worry about who we already put in and put out. But it's the Armchair Quarterback Hall of Fame. And we'll put guys in that belong into the Hall of Fame. And the Hall of Unworthy are the ones that are in the Hall of Fame in different sports. We're yank it out.
Oh, yeah. Me and you did that in baseball once. Yeah, I remember that.
That's a long time gone, yeah.
Yeah. Wow, that brings back memories. We were taking guys out that were dead.
So we'll be doing that again in the near future. Just I haven't been able to. I've got a cheat sheet of we need to do this, do that. And every time I think, okay, we can do that, and go, no, we can't, because we got Braves versus Arizona today, 12:20 first pitch. I'm hauling ass into the driveway, running in here, sliding into home, turning on all the computers, going, all right, let's go. I didn't have time to do anything pregame. I just turned everything on, tried to read a few things, and away we go.
Just hope you left a water bottle by your workstation.
They, what in the God's name? I'll tell you, you know what sucks? You want to talk about things that suck in this world? Internet Explorer.
Oh, God, yes.
It's terrible. I still have a few things that I go to on it, so I'll have that, and I'll have Chrome open at the same time.
Right.
And you go into, and it's terrible. And do you ever get stuck on this MSNBC? I think it's whatever the heck it is that it's like the default homepage for Internet Explorer.
Oh, thank God, no.
It is brutal. Everything on there. So as opposed to actual real news, it's clickbait, you know, the 17 best actresses from 1995. What?
Ooh, somebody in the chat's loving your hat.
Oh, yeah. I got this couple of them. Whenever they first announced the what is it called? The City Connects. I was on the fence if I wanted to get the hat, and then there's no way for me to show you. You just have to look it up or whatever. But on the inside of the hat, under the brim, they're all stamped with a signature of Hank Aaron.
Oh, wow.
So it's, it's pretty cool. I think it says something like keep swinging or something like that.
That's sweet.
But anyways, I was like, I got to get it now. So after I did that, I went and got me I had a Braves Country HD jersey made with the City Connects. I thought when we got a City Connect jersey, I'm going to be honest with you, I thought I wouldn't want one, because most of the City Connect jerseys are terrible. They're absolutely awful. They're an embarrassment. They don't even look like baseball jerseys. But the Braves, and I saw them getting butchered on one article because they said, well, they weren't very creative. They look a lot like the 1970s Hank Aaron jersey. Like, yeah, well, that's why I like it.
It's vintage. Come on now.
The Sarge, big Red Sox fan, he hates the Red Sox City Connects.
I don't like the Cubs either. I don't like the Cubs.
No, I don't even like them either. The Cubs are better than some, but the jersey itself I don't hate. If I was a fan, I could see me wearing one of those Wrigleyville ones, right?
Yeah, I would.
But the combination of the jersey and the pants when the players are on the field, that's what I don't like. It's too blue. The Dodgers, same way. The Dodgers, it's dark blue. I don't even feel like that they even did anything. With the Dodgers, have you seen their City Connects?
I have not.
They look just like the Wrigleyville. The only difference is it's blue pants, blue top, and says LA Dodgers.
What is this color rush? My Lord!
I don't even think it says Tinseltown or anything. There's nothing creative. I think it just says. I think I could be wrong. But yeah, that's the Braves to me. I like. Well, you just don't get our fan base. Like, we don't want anything goofy. The Red Sox one is terrible, man. Good Lord. And the Colorado Rockies that look like skull. It looks like a skull can. Have you seen those?
Oh my gosh, I'm looking at it right now. This is one of the worst. What did somebody puke on a jersey and put it through the printer?
And they wear the green pants with it. So like they're dumb enough as they are, but if they were wearing white pants, it wouldn't be too big. It's like they go too far one way. One thing I will say for the Red Sox, at least they just these bright canary yellow jerseys. If folks haven't seen them, the only thing that would have been funnier is if they put bright yellow canary pants with them. I'd be like, bah!
What is this? The Boston Warriors? It looks like a dang Golden State Warriors jersey.
Yeah, it's terrible. They try to sell you on the fact that it's Boston Strong and all that garbage. It's like, I mean, how old is that? Boston Strong? That's like 10 years ago. And the problem is nowadays everybody uses that strong.
Yeah.
Any little, if a fender bender happens in front of your house, Chicago Strong. What?
Hey, I got a hangnail. Joey Strong.
Exactly. Like that thing got worn out. I feel like the creative team is not that good, but I guarantee the Braves had a hand in it. I guarantee they said, dude, if you're doing this to us, you got to do something, Hank Aaron. Man, just about every game is over with now. These idiots that set this up, you're going to have all these day games, right?
Terrible.
Why don't you have something more than Seattle, Minnesota taking us through the end? All right, let's get into your Dallas Cowboys.
How about them Cowboys?
You don't want to know.
And hey, if you are a Cowboys fan listening, you might want to know because I got a pretty positive outlook on them. But let's start where they made moves this offseason. I think they did a great job in adding to where it matters most, catching the football and protecting the pass. They added Brandon Cooks, who to me, yes, I know he gets injured sometimes, but in Dallas on the turf, if he stays healthy, he could have a really good season. Stephon Gilmore, he was on my Colts last year, one of the few bright spots on that Indianapolis Colts team. I think him and Diggs on the opposite sides could really be a good luxury. The key is always going to be, though, Dak Prescott. I'm not worried about Ezekiel Elliott leaving. I'm not worried about, Tony Pollard's contract. Eventually, he will play. It comes down to me to Dak Prescott and how far this team can go because, to me, it's a two-team race. I'm not so big on the Giants. Go ahead.
I got some news on this.
Uh-oh.
While we're talking about this,
uh-oh,
Zach Martin considering not reporting to Cowboys training camp.
Whoa. Well, I might just crumple up this piece of paper here and forget what I just said because if they lose him for an extended period of time, that would not be good. Holy cow. I mean,
I know it's a fire.
Yeah, and if you have Pollard and him hanging out, look, I know a lot of people in a lot of current day football think, the preseason training camp overrated. No, I saw it firsthand. When you don't get your starters together for at least a few good practices in a game in the preseason, it can get very messy. You need that. Otherwise, the first 2 regular season games turn into pretty much preseason games. And for a team like Dallas, who has pretty much veterans across the board, they don't have much room for error. This needs to be a year where, to me, Philadelphia, a lot of people, they're not going to be as good as they were last year, in my opinion. I feel like Jalen Hurts hit a really good high. I feel like a lot of that team hit a stride. I'm not saying they'll do anything bad, but come down to earth a little bit. To me, it's Dallas's time. If they want to take over this division, do it now. You got to get your boys in line here, no pun intended, and get this thing going.
Yeah, so Zach Martin holding out, that'd be a big problem. I mean, they're showing there that he's got a 96% win rate on pass blocking. That's going to be a problem. By the way, didn't really talk about the big picture with Austin Riley. He woke up this series. 4 home runs this series, 11 RBI, 6 runs, 6 hits in 3 games.
And a great walk-up song. I always like this. He's got the Stone Cold Steve Austin, I'm pretty sure.
Does he still have that? Okay.
He did last year. I don't know about this year. I gotta tune in.
Usually those things don't change.
Yeah, no. But get back to the Zach Martin thing though. I mean, I know they have a good offensive line, but this is a guy who, if for you Madden folks out there, he's probably a 98 or 99. That's how good he is at his position.
Spencer Strider, 13 strikeouts, has given him 8 double-digit strikeouts games this season. 8. The most in franchise history is John Smoltz with 12 in 1997. So he's got a chance to get that. I don't know if he will. He's got to get 4 more. But that's interesting.
You like Smoltz on commentary?
I don't mind him. As long as he's not doing a Braves game. Because I feel like when he does a Braves game, he's going out of his way to not be a Braves homer. Right?
Correct.
If he's doing, say, a playoff game, and we're talking about him doing the Dodgers versus the Phillies, I think he's fine. Who I don't like the play-by-play guy on Fox. Is it Joe Davis? Is that his name?
That's it.
I think he's a decent play-by-play television announcer, but baseball's not a sport.
Yeah, because I was going to say when he did a mid-level football game in the NFL season, I'm fine with that, and I like that. But the Baseball World Series a little too big still.
He doesn't have the oomph that I want out of a baseball broadcast.
It's kind of monotone.
It's a different skill, but I could be overjudging it. I don't know. I try not to say too much about that stuff because I feel like I've paid attention to it my whole life. And though I've only been doing this for a little bit of time, I've been paying attention to it my whole life, and I know what I like and I know what I don't like. And before I started doing games, did a little bit of sports talk, but other than that, I was listening to a lot of games in restaurants in the back of the house, either an earbud in or radio, whatever, whether it's sports talk, whether it's a play. So that's where I kind of gotten where I was like, dude, why do they not do it this way? Why do they not do it that way? And that's kind of where, and if people don't like my style, I get it. My style is I want you to get excited.
Nothing better than a Mac Magee home run call. I'm telling you right now, and I'm not tooting your horn. I love a good home run call.
I had some guys complaining about it today.
No way.
It's not that or strike. I said I was too loud, and I just had to laugh. I'm like, I wanted to say, I kept it to myself. I was like, if it's too loud, you're too old, my friend. That's all I can tell you.
Turn your speaker down.
This is not where, yeah, exactly. That's the obvious thing. But this is not where you come for the melodic tones of, and there's a wind up in the pitch. Okay. If I'm doing that, I might as well be doing, and they're reaching the 8th green and the putt
What is this, the U.S. Open?
Exactly. The British Open?
Exactly.
Oh, the Open. Now then, why did they ever quit? I don't know what the heck that had to have been something political for them to go. For all my years growing up as a kid, it was the British Open. Then out of nowhere, no, it's the Open. What?
Well, it's funny you say that because for the first time today, I was listening to morning radio, and they said they got salty because they were the original Open, and then we created the U.S. Open. So now they want to just call it the Open and be the main one.
That's why?
Yeah, that's why. That's what I heard on the radio this morning. They're being babies about it because we have the U.S. Open, and that they feel like we think that's the main one when they think it's the British Open.
Oh, it is.
Well, yeah, they hate to break it to them.
What are we talking about?
That's what I didn't even.
But if it takes place in the United States, it is bigger than what you do.
Amen.
What are these knuckleheads talking about?
These damn knuckleheads.
I do like the British Open. I'll never call it the Open. It was always every single year it would lead up commercial after commercial after commercial. Didn't matter if they were playing it in England. It was the British Open. Because it was looked upon as the British kingdom, right? If it was just Open, then let's have one of those in Spain every once in a while, right?
Yeah, put it somewhere more fun.
Yeah. Put it in Australia every once in a while. Put it in South Africa.
Get some real cool looking courses out there.
If you really want an interesting Open, put it in Ukraine.
And is that a golf ball?
Putt today. You don't putt, baby. You have to toughen up, Buttercup.
Putting with Putin.
Right now, by the way, Tommy Fleetwood leads it 5 under, and he's tied with an amateur. I'm going to butcher his name. Christo Lamprecht. I don't know. Never heard of him. He's an amateur. They're both 5 under. And Emiliano Grillo. And I do apologize. I'm not the big golf fan. I just watch majors, and I usually only watch them on the weekend. But this is one of my favorites. And I'm going to say something that is not very popular. I like the British Open more than I like the Masters.
Wow.
The reason why is it comes on at like 7 a.m. It's done by like noon, and then I can go and watch the baseball. It gets out of my way.
True.
The U.S. Open, to me, is just really cool because it's usually a hard course. The Masters is usually really high scoring, which I just don't. I like the Masters, don't get me wrong. But if you told me I could only pick one, I'm taking the British Open.
Yeah, my buddies are always like, I like the U.S. Open because it was on until 9 o'clock and out for us because it's in L.A. I'm like, I don't like that. I want my golf in the morning, my baseball at night, and then I'm good to go.
Well, I like it when it's on the West Coast. I'm not gonna lie. It's better. I don't know why, but there's something really fun about it. And I will say this. I'd prefer the 4th round to be played a little earlier. I like the idea of having a Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, late night, have yourself a couple of
brewskis.
Yeah. Get a little Bible study going, right? Turn on the golf, turn on the baseball, and let's go.
Where's the Holy Bible?
But I will say this. Sundays, can we end? I think it was 9:30 this last year. We need to end it a little earlier than 9:30. It doesn't have to be really, but the Masters. The other thing about the Masters too, I'm going to tell you why I don't like it as much.
Bring it.
It's the very beginning of baseball season. So it's anticlimactic to me because I'm like, yeah, it's cool. Why the hell didn't you play this last week? Why didn't you play this 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, why do you got to have the best golf event on the opening of America's sport?
Right. It's usually like the second week of baseball. Now, for the longest time, it was the first week. We would do the beginning of baseball season on a Monday. national championship basketball Monday night. Then you got the Masters on that Thursday, and that was one of my favorite weeks of the entire year. But now that Major League Baseball has decided to start the Thursday before, it's kind of lost something to me. I still think that the way they do it, if they're going to start it the way they want to start it, I still think that they need to not play baseball games the night of the national title game in basketball. Give it its own little stage.
There's nothing worse than the men's national basketball championship. They start that thing at midnight.
Yeah, but the thing was, at the time that they were doing these, because it was opening day, the majority of baseball was done by the time the national title game got going. And it's one of the reasons why they started playing it so late. They were giving opening day its own thing. Now that's all gone to spit.
What the heck's going on, people?
I can't do anything right. Sometimes I think Brian Snicker's making the decisions up there.
Or Brian Cook. I'm saying I had to get my one in today.
What's the thing about guys named Brian?
Oh, man.
And Snicker's riding down there. What the hell did I do to this guy? I'll tell you what you did. You left Spencer Strider in the game way too long. You jacked up his ERA. We lost the quality start.
This is why we haven't even gotten to the Cowboys schedule, because of you, Brian Snicker.
All right, let's go. Let's do it. That tells you how interested I am about Dallas Cowboy football right now. All right, Cowboys.
Yeehaw!
Kind of laid out the groundwork there. Where do you see them this year? What's their record? So, in case you missed it the hour before, whether you or whoever, the consensus was Doug and Steven believe Philly's going 12-5. I took them at 11-6. Where do you have the Cowboys this year?
I have the Cowboys at 11-6 right now, so that would put it in a pretty close battle. I do think the Eagles, I didn't look at their schedule, but I could see the Eagles getting 12. But I got the Cowboys at 11-6 in the top two in the division.
All right, because of the news that we just heard about Zach Martin, possible holdout, I'm going to agree with you at 11-6. Before that, I was going to say that I'm favoring the Cowboys to finally get off the schneid and win the division.
Don't you think it's time?
Yeah, but if Zach Martin doesn't show up for a month and a half or whatever the heck is going to go down,
that's trouble.
He shows up late and he's out of shape and that whole thing. So that's we always do our yearly predictions right before the season starts. So we'll obviously go back to it. But
correct.
I'm leaning right now where I want to take the Cowboys, but Zach Martin better get his fat butt in camp to be able to back up and keep Dak Prescott upright and make a hole for Tony Pollard.
Well, Tony Pollard must be working out with him outside the stadium because they're both holding out now.
Pollard's holding out too? I missed that.
Yeah, the running back, he's not happy with him, and Jacobs are in that same category that Doug was talking about, where it's like they didn't get their money, so now they have to go off what they have. So
bunch of fat asses. Get to work. You only work 6 months a year.
You get to eat the entire offseason.
This thing's going to come to a head between Saquon Barkley and other running backs. He's getting on his side. This thing's going to come to a head.
Yeah, because even people like Derrick Henry, Jonathan Taylor, they don't have contract situations right now, but they're speaking about this stuff. And
I said it last hour. I'm going to repeat it. The only way to get this fixed, the National Football League has to have a work stoppage, or at least threaten to have one. You don't have to actually have the strike, but you've got to. Right now, the NFLPA, they are not going to bat for the running back position because everybody else is happy. The wide receivers are getting overpaid. The quarterbacks are getting overpaid. Everybody's happy. I mentioned this the other day. I can't remember if I was on the air or if it was just I think it was on a phone conversation. Do you know there are only 2 positions that have a smaller tag number than a National Football League running back?
Kickers and punters?
Kickers and punters, that's it. Everyone else gets paid more. You're trying to tell me that a guard, a center, a free safety makes you more money than Saquon Barkley?
Let me say this for you real quick. There's this
people built like me who's buying those jerseys. No, everybody wants a Saquon Barkley jersey that has a freaking New York Giant ball cap. They're like, let me go get a Barkley jersey. Right?
You got NBA players who sit on the bench for 75% of the game getting $10 million guaranteed, while a running back who has put in thousands of yards and helped his team make the playoffs get nothing over a few $1 million. It's just insanity.
See, the thing is, the holdout by Le'Veon Bell, by Apostle and by Saquon Barkley, that doesn't move the needle. They've got to get the NFLPA behind them. And I know fans don't want to hear it, but it is the only way for them to fix this.
Yeah, because the only other thing I can think of is, I know they took it away because guys like quarterbacks, Jamarcus Russell, Sam Bradford got way too much money, but you got to stick more rookie money into the running back position to me, because these guys come out and their rookie contract ends and they don't get paid anymore.
Exactly. That's the thing. The rookie running back needs to get paid more then. If you're saying, well, we don't want to pay them because they're indispensable, and the thing is we've got to get rid of them because once they hit a certain age, okay, then you've got to pay them more off the jump.
Exactly. $5 million guaranteed,
something, because right now they're getting screwed. This is literally like a 7th or 8th inning pitcher being told that we can just recycle someone out of the Double-A. We're not paying you anything except league minimum. Take it or leave it.
Yeah, because don't get me wrong, I was always for the idea of you can't pay for the past, but with these running backs, they're not even trying to pay a little bit for the future.
Yeah, see, the thing is, he's stuck now. For people who don't follow this, he's stuck. Because the deadline is passed, he either signs and plays for the tag number, or he sits out.
Yep.
He doesn't gain anything out of that. He's never going to make up that $10 million. He's never going to make it up.
You got to take that money.
You got to. It's not up to him. It's up to the entire union to say, dude, these guys are getting screwed left and right. And it can't just be the running back that stands up to do it. It's got to be.
How did the receivers get it?
Do it.
However the wideouts got it, you got to do it.
It's too late to change it now. But what should have happened and what could have happened before the deadline, why the hell couldn't Daniel Jones say, hey, I don't need $41 million a year. Pay my running back. You're offering him 12. He wants 14. He's going to play for 10. You know what? Take the $2-3 million out of my paycheck because I want Saquon Barkley playing. He's going to make my job a hell of a lot easier.
And people don't realize,
and his team would have loved him for it.
Running backs get hit on every single play. It doesn't matter if they don't get the ball. They got to block. They got to catch. They got to do many things.
So, you know, the simple fact of the matter is for them to change any of this, they're going to have to threaten a work stoppage it can't just be a running back. It's got to be everybody. You didn't get anything changed in baseball until you ended up all the way to that lockout. But it wasn't like it was the 6th inning relievers that were being locked out. You know, you can, whatever. I guess we would just run the ball this year. No, it's got to be everybody's got to go to the post. There's too much money being made in the NFL for one of the most taxing positions in the shortest career to be the one that gets screwed.
We need Lamar Jackson, the running back, to step up.
I don't have a problem with a place kicker or punter getting paid less. Because first of all, they're not in harm's way. Second of all, they usually have like 20-year careers if they're really good. So they're going to make their cash. But the running back, they have a statistic now in the NFL that's a lot like they basically tried to mirror WAR from baseball. It's not the same. But it's essentially they try to come up with a baseball WAR, right?
Right.
And what it showed was when Saquon Barkley, and I know these numbers are sometimes skewed, and it's really the eye of the beholder. But when he is on the field, the offense is much more productive than when he's not off the field. I don't have the numbers in front of me, so I don't want to try to quote it because it'd be disingenuous. But it's essential. What is this? NFL owners approve the sale of the Commanders. We already knew that was going to happen. Good Lord. I mean, you would think that Adam Schefter is sitting on ground zero of Watergate the way that they've got.
They got nothing to talk about.
Yeah.
They got nothing.
ESPN has fired everybody. So now they're like, Schefter, get up off your keister and go cover this boring ass meeting. We're just stick a camera out there and we're just going to light up in red letters, breaking news. Everyone will stop what they're doing.
Disgusting.
You think they weren't going to? Think they're going to go, no. What are we going to do without Daniel Snyder in the league? We don't want him to sell. They would have approved me and you buying the damn team. With a blank check and an IOU. We'll get it to you. We're good for it, man. We're good. We good.
We haul it in the millions and billions right now.
You know?
Don't you know? Oh, man. Should I give you my fantasy player?
Yes.
All right, here. Well, speaking of Daniel Snyder, actually, I believe that this player did play for him for a couple of seasons, but not the years I'm going with. I'm going to go with Vernon Davis, tight end. Obviously, I'm going to go with
the crying years.
Yeah, the San Francisco Baby Davis years. Like his brother Vernon Davis, actually, of the Colts, he left the game. Or Vontae Davis, sorry. Vontae Davis just left halfway through a game and retired and cried. So these guys are a little bit prima donnas, the Davises, but I'm going to go with 2009 and 2013. He had 13 touchdowns in each of those seasons. Outside of that, his numbers are pretty speculative, but that's what's great about
it. That he broke down crying in. Do you remember?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
I just remember him crying. Like, anytime someone says Vernon Davis, I just see, like, full-blown episode of it was so weird that he cried. Like, it was like,
I'm telling you, his brother literally left at halftime of a Colts game and said, I'm out of here, and then just retired. It was unbelievable.
That sounds a lot like what Andrew Luck did.
Andrew Luck left us with 2 weeks before the season to have Jacoby Brissett.
Was it in the middle of a Colts preseason game that everyone heard?
Adam Schefter broke the tweet in the third quarter of the preseason game, and everyone was just going nuts. So they started booing at the game as Andrew Luck left the field.
Do you remember what actually went down, or what there was a big game actually going on that night? Do you remember what it was?
It would have had to been a big baseball
middle of
game.
the NFL preseason. I doubt you'd remember this because you weren't on the show yet.
No, I don't remember.
It was Florida Gators, Miami Hurricanes were playing. It was the first ever Week 0 game. It was a college August 26th or whatever the heck it was, a Saturday night.
Right.
There was a lot of stuff that went on that day. I won't get into everything, but we lost one of our armchair quarterbacks that night. We got the news on that. So I'm dealing with losing one of our armchair quarterbacks, passing away. Went over to someone else's house to watch the the Florida game, Florida-Miami. And in the midst of all of this, and me trying to wrap my head around this, all of a sudden one of the guys comes out and goes, dude, I know you're going through a lot, but dude, Andrew Luck just retired. And like the whole thing, like none of it made sense. Like, what?
That's a night to forget.
Yeah. That was a rough night. Dude, they're still flashing underneath. Breaking news. Adam Schefter reports that the Commanders have been sold. We knew that 3 months ago. Breaking news. You've ran out of talent on ESPN, and now you'll put anything up there. They got the same 3 people doing Zooms in what appears to be broom closets every day.
Man, look at this in the chat. The female love we're getting in the chat today. We love our females here at the Armchair Quarterbacks. It's good to see them all getting involved in the chat. Chop on, baby.
Hey, Shannon. Yeah, she's in here on the broadcast. Shannon does a lot of our if I'm not able to do the audio play-by-play, she'll come in and let everybody know what's going on in the game.
What a lady.
But yeah, I've noticed this on ESPN. I know we got to run, but I've noticed on ESPN, all of them, they're all zooming out of broom closets.
Jesus.
You got Ryan, what's his name, that played for the Steelers. You've got your girl that's what is her name? The one that you can't stand.
Mina Kimes.
Mina Kimes.
Oh,
I've never seen her change her backdrop ever.
Dan Orlovsky in there.
Dan Orlovsky's not there today, but he's normally there. And then the other one is I can't think of his name. He's like an ESPN reporter, but like you could not pick him out of the lineup. He'd be very good at Secret Service. You'd be like, oh, he's that dude, man. He's got short hair. Don't even know what color eyes he has. I don't know that guy. What is your walk-off, sir? We got a jam.
My walk-off is go Cubs. I hate the Cardinals. Hope we sweep you guys. You guys stink. You've won 5 in a row and you still stink.
Well, I'm going to back that play because that was my lock today was Stroman. Matz, dude, Steven Matz sucks. They're going to get
0-7 Steven Matz.
Yeah, he's terrible, which means he's going to go out there and pitch a no-hitter.
Absolutely.
All right, stay tuned for the Brian Snow Show on 99.1 FM WQEE. If you're on Braves Country HD, no game tonight because the Braves won. We will see you mañana. Y'all have a great day. Atlanta Braves win it, a big one, 7-5. If you missed it, Austin Riley saved the day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on 99.1 FM WQEE, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Please follow, like, and subscribe today. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your first choice for Southern sports.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.